Okay, good afternoon. Welcome everyone to the Picken County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, February 2nd, Groundhog Day. I have no idea if the groundhog saw his shadow, so we'll talk about that in open discussion.
You have 6 more weeks of winter, Kelly.
Okay, good. I'd like, yeah, like 12 more weeks of winter I think we could use. So pardon that digression. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, Picken County Board Chair. Vice Chair Patty Clappers joining us from home, as is Commissioners Steve Child, Greg Poshman, and Francie Jacober. And John Peacock, County Manager, is joining us from elsewhere. So to kick us off, we'll move into our first agenda item, which is a COVID-19 update.
Thanks, Kelly. I'm just going to share my screen and, of course, realize that we have half an hour and I probably have 2 hours of material. So I am going to go through rather quickly. Are you all seeing my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So have a lot to talk about. We're going to go through a lot of this quickly. A lot of this is probably going to be coming back to the board for conversation, but go over our metrics and our move to the orange level restrictions today for the Board of Health direction. Give some program updates on where we are at 5-star, our business grants program and vaccinations. Looks like I have vaccinations in there twice. We'll cover it once. And then you've probably seen some traffic around the state dial 2.0, which could be coming out this week. I want to give the board a heads up on that. That will be a topic of discussion at the next Board of Health meeting. And then as time allows, questions and such. So the good news is, and this is really as of yesterday, our incidence rate dropped below 700. You can see we have had a really steep drop in incidence rate. Yesterday we hit 642. Today's number is actually at 630. What that means is that the county has gone into now the state orange level restrictions. The Board of Health had set an incidence rate of 700 as the goal and gave direction that the dial level would be moved administratively the day after we went below 700 on our incidence rate. Similarly, our test positivity rate continues to drop. We're approaching that 5% number, which has really been our goal throughout the pandemic. In the last 14 days, we're at 5.3. We are at 7.9 overall, particularly because of those peak periods where our positivity rate went up. On the last 14 days, we're at 5.3. Similarly, we're seeing a significant drop among positivity of children. So all of that is going well. Our 5-star eligibility status, we are passing on all metrics right now. We have had 14 days of sustained decline based on a 3-day moving average. Our percent positivity has been trending down and is below the 10%. And hospitalizations, you'll see we had a brief period where we talked about last week, we had exceeded the hospitalization percentage, particularly for ICU beds in the Central Mountain region. That has since dropped and we are passing there. So Picken County does qualify for the variance under the 5-star program. Just real quick, we've moved from red level restrictions now to orange level restrictions. Some of the major changes are really in capacities. Restaurants are now allowed indoor dining at 25% capacity. 50 people, whichever is less. offices moved from 10% to 25%. Similarly, gyms moved from 10% to 25%. Next big jump would be to yellow. If and when the county reaches orange level restrictions, we'll be talking a little bit more about this with the dial 2.0, which would basically go from the 25% to 50% capacities in a number of areas. One of the questions we've been getting a lot and that board members may be getting is whether the travel affidavit is still required. And the answer right now is yes. The Board of Health has not given any direction to cease doing the travel affidavit. As of this morning, we had over 55,000 travel affidavits submitted. In terms of the 5-star program, to give you an update there, Licking County's application for 5-star was approved last Friday. We had indication from the state that they were not going to have any changes to our program, so we began accepting applications for the program on Thursday, the 28th. So far, 63 businesses have applied to be part of the 5-star certification program. And again, the advantage is certified businesses really operate with a variance to open at greater capacities than allowed under the state dial. So if we go back to red level restrictions, businesses would be able to operate at orange level. If we make the state's orange level metrics, businesses would be able to operate at those yellow level restrictions that we talked about before. And this will be important as we talk about the dial, the next revision of the dial, because the state has proposed changing the metrics to make it a little bit quicker to move in and out of dial levels, but also, frankly, to make it a little bit more difficult for counties to move into levels of greater restriction.
John, I have a quick question about that.
Yeah.
So if the hospitalizations go back over 90%, what does that mean for 5-star approved businesses?
Yeah, so the state doesn't roll it back immediately. There's a process that they go through so that you're not coming in and out of those 5-star restrictions. But as those metrics come out of compliance, the state will begin that conversation with counties, and the variance may get rolled back.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that there's some certainty rather than day to day. So thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? I know I'm blowing through this pretty quickly to get to the next state dial.
Steve.
So John, how do the businesses have applied for the 5-star program? Who approves that? Is it somebody at CDPHE, or is it someone in the county?
Yeah, so we have our consumer protection staff that are doing inspections. I also want to recognize that our municipal partners have stepped up to help provide some surge capacity to conduct those inspections. And then there's an administrative committee that's been set up with representation from ACRA and public health and the municipalities who's overseeing the process. A lot happening on vaccinations. You probably saw that last week there was an announcement with our phase really 1B. There are now 3 levels instead of 2 levels. So 1B1 is Coloradans age 70 plus, moderate risk healthcare workers and first responders. 1B2, and this is new, is Coloradans age 65 to 69, pre-K through 12 educators and child care workers and licensed child care programs, along with continuity of state government. This was added in, and these individuals will qualify to start being vaccinated if vaccines are available and sufficient progress has been made in 1B1 on February 8th. And we'll talk a little bit about where we're at on that in a second. And now 1B3, the frontline essential workers and people aged 16 to 64 with 2 or more high-risk conditions now make up the 1B3. So it's a little bit of a change. We had anticipated prioritizing educators and child care workers in our 1B2 prioritization. Locally, 65 to 69 is going to add a significant chunk of population that will be available for those vaccines. This week, we will be giving 1,100 second doses and 100 first doses. We were originally scheduled for just under 1,500 first doses, but that order was canceled and refilled with 100 doses. The appointments for those filled in less than 10 minutes for those 100 doses. The demand is significant. We still have, we know, over 1,000 people, and there's probably more out there that have not pre-registered yet, who are 70 plus, who have not received their first dose of vaccine. We're a little concerned, frankly, that with the expansion that we just talked about of 1B1, 1B2, 1B3 kind of categories, that we're increasing the folks who are qualified, but we haven't really yet significantly increased the availability of vaccines. So we're going to get into a little bit of a pinch point here where we just don't have the vaccines coming through to the state and then through the state to us on to meet the demand. So we're likely, just be frank, we have a really significant supply and demand problem with vaccines. We are still seeking clarity on the state's allocation method. We are partnering with our hospital and community health services, our nonprofits, to really coordinate our vaccine requests to make sure, because the state has divvied it up into different buckets that hospitals and healthcare folks can request from, or local public health agencies or other providers. So we're really doing our best to make sure we're maximizing our requests into those different buckets. But right now, this week we got 100 first doses, and we of course don't know what next week is going to bring, but this is concerning because at this rate, it will take a couple of months just to get through our 70 plus.
Thanks, John. Patty has a question.
Real quick, John, what about the letter that we talked about to Governor Polis asking how we can assist him in getting more vaccines into the state? We were supposed to have one drafted for the board to consider, I think, today. Are we going to talk about that in open discussion, or can we talk about it now?
Yeah, that was a definite miss on my part, Patty. I do not have that letter.
Okay, because we need to try and get that out as soon as we can. I think you mentioned that ABH, excuse me, was also working on something in that form. So maybe we can work together with them and see, because I think he wanted our letter to be signed by all 5 commissioners.
Yeah, I think some just advocacy to be sure that our desires and our capacity, our efficiency at this mass vaccination site has increased. We've gotten better as we've had a chance to do this. We're very comfortable that we could do 3,000 to 3,500 in a couple of days. Yeah.
But I think we need to show Governor Polis that and I know how he feels about the vaccines not coming from the federal level. So I think it's really imperative that we show him that we're standing there beside him. What can we do to help him to get more into the state? I don't think it'll hurt us to be forthcoming in that, because maybe that'll help us to get some attention to our program we've done here, and maybe get us some more vaccines. So whatever we can do, John, would be great. Thank you.
And I'll just tag on to that. Yeah, I think requesting maybe we invite him to come to one of our vaccine clinics too, and he could see how well it's running here. And I also think we should request some just additional transparency. It is so impossible to find out from the state where the vaccines have been distributed. And I'm just struggling with, I'm hearing that, I read in the paper that Garfield County is vaccinating, K through 12 teachers. I hear that Eagle County has had almost a third of their population vaccinated, which, is just very different than what we're experiencing here. So there's some equity concerns I have, and even just providing transparency to know what's happening, I think is crucial, and I think is, a fair request on behalf of the public. So that's where I'm at on this, and I'm happy to help draft anything, John, too.
Yeah, I really do think advocacy is an important role of the board right now, so we can work together on that. That'd be great.
Greg?
I was just going to suggest that we invite, maybe we invite Jill Ryan to join us at one of our work sessions, just to weigh in on this. I'd love to pose all these questions to her, and I'm thinking she should have the answers, or at least know what the questions are. So wanted to propose that in the interim. Previous letters to the governor seem to just languish and disappear into the ether. So, but I know we can get Jill on the phone and try and get her to one of our meetings if you think that would be productive.
Okay, I think we can move on. Thanks, John. Keep going.
Yep. Business grant update. The applications went live on Friday. We've already, as of yesterday, had 75 completed applications for the grant program. Reviews will begin this week for the rolling application process, and hopefully we will start sending out checks and awards next week to businesses. So it's a heavy lift for the Community Foundation. We appreciate their partnership. Information is available on their website at AspenCommunityFoundation.org. It is on a rolling basis. We did ask that the committee go ahead and try and rank or put into categories of rankings the grant requests. We may not have enough funding in this first round for all of them that should be awarded, but if there's additional funding, we'd like to have that list and be able to keep working down it. So encourage people to keep applying. Any questions on that?
No, I'd love just a report later at some point, even just aggregated about different sectors and everything that applied would be helpful.
Yeah, I don't have that yet, but we'll definitely bring that back, especially as we're making awards, so you understand how the dollars have been distributed and where they're supporting. So this is where I wanted to spend a little bit of time, and I know we do not have much time, but the state has issued a change, or a draft change to the dial. And it mostly has to do with the metrics and how the metrics will be used and how counties will move between dial levels. There is no change in the proposed restrictions. So if you're at level orange, the restrictions are level orange today, yellow, red, all the same. But they are proposing this change in terms of how you move between. And the idea is to, from this, you know, what the state has stated is better reflect the balance between disease suppression and economic activity, especially now that vaccines are being distributed amongst the most vulnerable populations. Now, as we just discussed, that's maybe a little bit uneven throughout the state right now from county to county, which is something that we may have to take into account. But the state is proposing to move from a 14-day to a 7-day metric of incidence rate, percent positivity of testing, and resident hospitalization. The feeling was that 14 days wasn't responsive enough when these metrics are on the increase to move into stricter levels of disease mitigation. And likewise, it's too long of a wait to move out for economic activity. So the 7-day metric is more responsive to what's happening. It also makes the dial a little bit more elastic. And so what the state has done in response to that is they widened the thresholds a little bit, made it basically higher thresholds to move into higher levels. So test positivity, 7.5%, but that's on a 14-day. I'm sorry, that's on a 7-day versus 10% on a 14-day, which, and then 10%, 15%, they're bringing all of them down on the 7, but it actually equates to a little bit higher positivity rate if you look at it as a 7-day versus 14-day average. We are still trying to figure out what this bullet point means from the state. For counties under 20,000, CDPHE will consider the variability in percent positivity of tests and incidence rates and consider a comparable number of cases to determine the level on the dial. We don't know exactly how that's being operationalized. So more to come on that. And then when cases are increasing, the state is moving away from requiring mitigation plans, but they'll still encourage local governments to do those. And then once a county hits, you know, a metric to move into a level, there will be a consultation about more quickly moving to restricted levels. Some of it, yeah.
John, I listened in on the meeting on Saturday, and there was a change on the hospitalization, the way they count that from what it used to be. It didn't reflect on your chart.
Yeah, I'm going to get to that in just a second, Steve. If
okay.
Let me get to the next slide, and I think that will come up.
Oh.
Yeah. Some things that aren't changing, 5-star businesses would still be allowed to operate one level lower on the dial. No changes to school settings and no changes to capacity levels and caps. And Steve, I think this is what you're getting at, where hospitalized county residents increasing, stable, or declining trend. So it's really going from hospitalized county residents in Colorado, which is how we had understood they'd started measuring it anyway, from a local metric. But what you can see is...
John, can you repeat that? You kind of faded out there when you were talking about the hospitalized.
Sorry, Kelly. So the hospitalization change is it used to be the state was focused on local hospital capacity versus hospitalized county residents. So they have been measuring this this hospitalized county residents. I think they're clarifying the metric now. Is that the change that you're talking about, Steve?
Yeah, and I'm curious how they keep track, like if someone is sent to a hospital in Denver or Grand Junction, they must have a system of tracking that. I don't know how they do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
By zip code.
Yeah,
By zip code on patient registration.
What you can see is when you go to a 7-day average like this, these are significantly wider bands, and so it becomes actually a little bit more difficult to move into the more restrictive levels, which is what they're doing, I think, to make up for the greater elasticity of using a 7-day versus a 14-day average. Right now, our public health staff has been reviewing this, and there's going to be a Board of Health meeting next Thursday. The Dial 2.0 is going to be a discussion. Right now, with our metrics where they stand today, we would qualify to be in the orange by our incidence rate, as well as our test positivity. So we would actually be an orange level when this change is made, and 5-star certified businesses would then presumably be able to operate at yellow level restrictions. So it's a pretty significant change in the process. The state does not have a requirement. They do, it looks like they're sticking very much with the process of moving between blue, yellow, and orange, but not requiring local governments to necessarily go into red. So that will be, I think, a conversation before the final dial is approved. There's also some concern, and this was raised during our most recent spike, about being able to correlate your testing rates and positivity rates. So Pickens County had significantly higher testing rates than other counties, and so we've asked for some consideration on both sides of that metric with the positivity and incidence rate, because presumably when you're doing more testing per capita, particularly around quarantine situations and such, you're going to have a higher incidence rate. We don't want to discourage that kind of testing from taking place. So we're chatting about that a little bit. And then the other concern is just kind of the loosening with the assumption that we've already vaccinated our most vulnerable population, when we can see that we're still roughly at about 1/3 of our 70+ population, and it's going to take probably a couple months unless we get a big slug of vaccines in soon to make that happen. So just some concerns around the timing. But I think given those concerns, it will be, I believe, staff's recommendation to the Board of Health to align with the new state dial, and to have an administrative process that once the metrics are hit, that you move into the different levels based on those metrics versus a Board of Health meeting each time to do that.
Greg?
Hey, John, so we have a Board of Health meeting on the 4th, is that right? And is it
The 11th, I think,
Oh, it's
right?
the 11th, okay,
Yeah.
so it's not this Thursday, but next. Is
Right.
that a regular meeting or a special meeting? I assume it's a regular.
I can't remember.
I don't know,
Grace.
I mean, we've had so many,
Sorry.
I don't know. Patty's nodding her head. Regular? Okay, all right, and so we'll have, if there are any additions to the agenda, we need to have them into them by the Monday preceding, is that right? Or Tuesday? Just want to make sure because it always seems like the agenda's set as the questions pop up, the day before and can't get them on the agenda, or, it's an issue. Just want to make sure we're timed and everyone knows. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Francie? You're on mute?
So the New York Times, still on their front page, shows that Pitkin County is at extremely high risk. And I'm wondering if anybody has any clue as to what metrics they're using for that?
I think they're using the Johns Hopkins metrics still, Francie, and I think those have been lagging a few days.
Well, it also says that on February 1st, there were 16 new cases in Pitkin County. I don't believe we had 16 new cases yesterday. So do we just let it go, or does somebody get in touch with the New York Times, or I'm sure it influences people.
Yeah, I mean, there is no, I'm just looking at our daily report for February 1st, and there's no scenario where we have 16 cases that I'm seeing.
Right.
Is
Yeah,
it 16 cases per 100,000?
No,
Because that's how
No,
they did that
it's not.
before.
No,
Not?
it's not. It's average daily cases per 100,000 is 57, new cases 16. And, and then it had 0 for the last couple of days. It's just not consistent with our own reporting. And it is pretty dire message to people who are looking up Pitkin County on the New York Times. Just saying.
Yeah, we can definitely try outreach. I don't know where they'd be getting those numbers, because I'm pretty sure ours are accurate.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's
we are
totally
getting over. John, I would note maybe we can bring this back on next week's COVID, if you need input from us in advance of the Board of Health meeting. So let's keep going with your presentation.
That's actually, I got through it. I
Okay.
know I went through that pretty quickly today, but I knew we had probably a lot more material than was
Sure.
good for us.
We're fitting in a lot today. Okay, any other questions for John on this topic right now? Okay, then I'll move us on to our discussion about our board retreat, which is scheduled for February 16th and 17th.
Give me just a second. And so, are you seeing my screen here with
Yes.
the draft retreat?
Yes.
Is that large enough for you to read on your screen?
No.
Is that better?
That's better. Maybe one more time. Yeah, that's good. We'll just have to scroll.
Okay. That's okay. Can everyone see that now? So obviously this is draft, and so timing and such may change, but we wanted to bring this back to the board for a discussion about kind of the general structure and conversation that we would have together over the 2 days. Make sure that this is how you want to spend your time together, that these are the critical conversations And just to take a step back, retreat is really an opportunity for the board to get out of the normal day-to-day, take a step back, because typically you're having specific issues and decision points brought to you, and there's oftentimes not a lot of time for you to step back, look at the big picture, ask, are we doing the right things? Are we doing them well? And make sure we're on the right track. And a retreat is really an opportunity for the board to step back from those day-to-day tactical decisions and just big picture. Are we pointed in the right direction? Do we have the right priorities? And to get out of your typical day-to-day fishbowl and look at the bigger picture. And so that's what we should be thinking about with the agenda. So what we'd suggest, and right now we are still working on a moderator for online. You may end up with staff facilitating the conversation. We'll come back to that. How we're proposing to start, we laid out some outcomes for the day, which is understanding, particularly in our new world as we emerge from the pandemic, what are our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, both as an organization, but also as a community. What do we need to be thinking about as we set priorities and determine what's possible to accomplish? Making sure that you all have kind of your own personal vision of what success looks like and understand where each other is. Understanding the status of ongoing initiatives and those urgent versus important kinds of things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. And then, having a sense of timing and, how do we allocate resources between existing and new initiatives, given our capacity. Want to spend the first hour in a reflection exercise. So, Francie, this will probably, you've had the shortest amount of time, but it's really looking back on 2020. And so you'll have some interesting perspectives because you probably had a lot of feedback on the campaign trail about how it was going. But it's really taking a look back on what went well, what were our challenges, what would we change if we could, kind of the lessons learned. So taking a little bit of time to reflect. Obviously, an hour for this last year may not be enough. We'll have to see. There's a lot for us to reflect on. Then we'd have are proposing a staff presentation on state of the county, and so this will probably change a little bit. It would be a little bit of an exercise around what's the status of our kind of big rock initiatives, our main priorities that you set at the last retreat. But I think also taking a look at what's changed over this past year. What are the stats that tell us where we sit as a community? We've had Gabe Preston in doing a lot of work through the pandemic, tracking socioeconomic indicators. I think it'd be important to review a few of those and what they mean for how our community is changing. And then, what we're feeling about state of the community and such. That then would merge into the SWOT exercise, which is the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And really focused on as we emerge from the pandemic, before really identifying priorities for the upcoming year, that we take a step back and really reflect on where do we stand today? What is it that we can leverage going forward? where do we need to take some time or caution based on organizational weaknesses or things that are happening in the community, especially post-pandemic, that may be changing how you as a board want to think about the priorities for the organization. That really, this timing will be a little bit flexible, because then it kind of gets back then to, well, here's what we went into this year with in terms of our priorities and where staff was asked to allocate time. What does this look at our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? You know, what does it mean for carryover? What does it mean for new initiatives? What does it mean for our organization's capacity to take new things on? And then really from there, it's really priming the pump for the next day's discussion. So just kind of doing a review, a wrap up, and that sort of thing. So that would be the proposal for day one, which is really a reflection exercise and then projecting forward a little bit. Day two, what we're really looking to understand better is from the board's perspective, what does success look like for 2021? What are your priorities as the board for the organization, and what do you think is really realistic for us to take on and be successful for the community? There's been a lot of conversation about the next kind of big umbrella issue being around growth. We've had there's a lot in here, kind of subtopics and such, whether it be the short-term rental discussion, the how our land use code and such relates to climate change issues. There's been a lot of community character issues getting raised in caucuses, and so we thought it'd be important to take a little bit deeper dive on that and what the growth discussion really means, and what the board is really hoping to accomplish, and how big of a challenge it's going to be in terms of a community conversation and such, to really wrap our heads around that before we set priorities. And then really that would be the morning to kind of set the context, because that's one of our larger unresolved I think conversations from 2020, and then really spending the afternoon doing priority setting for the next year. And that is what we have for a draft agenda.
All right, feedback from the board. Patty?
John, can you flip back to day one for me, please? All the way to the very top, the only thing I have to question is on day two, you're feeding us, but on day one, you're not.
Well, I wanted you to be pretty mean for that year.
You know how we get grumpy.
Yeah, we will definitely. Well, and here's the rub, actually. Here's probably why that is both ways right now, because we don't know if we're doing this in person or not.
I know. I just had to say, wait a minute, he left the food out on day one. No, on a serious note, yeah, I think focusing the first day on where we've been, where we are, where we think we might want to go is great. I think growth management is a great start. As far as it's so different. Would we have the same moderator if we get a moderator for both days? or would we might want to consider having somebody who's more a land use kind of moderator for day 2? Just a thought. Never done that before.
I do think, and Cindy and I are talking a lot about day 2 right now, and we're starting just based on the short amount of time and so many people's discomfort with facilitating online in particular.
Right.
We're talking about doing it with staff right
Okay.
now. If
That's
you're
fine.
more comfortable with that, it's,
Yeah.
I would rather bring in a facilitator, quite frankly.
Well, no, I think staff would be fine on the growth management. On day 1, you do a good job with that, and I don't know, maybe you and Rich as backup, could pull that off, so he can kind of be looking at, he can be backing you up while you're actually doing any presentations. But yeah, I think this kind of combines, since this will be my 19th board retreat, it combines a lot of the things we've learned over the years as to what really works for the board moving into the next year. And especially in light of this past year where things were so very different on so very many different levels. I think it's time for us to, just like we're doing with their evaluations, we're refiguring what we've done in the past to make it really work for us for this year. So I think this is a great agenda. Thank you and Kelly for working on it. And I'm comfortable whether, I would love for it to be, at the Door Hosier in our nice comfortable room with all their great snacks they give us and how they cater to us out there. But, however we figure out how to do it is how we do it, and we'll, this board will be flexible enough to do it and do it right and get us to where we need to go to start this next year. So I thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Greg, did you have a hand up?
I didn't, but if I ever do a screen grab, it looks like I'm raising my hand. Sorry.
Got it. Okay.
But thanks for asking. But I would, since you asked, my initial take on this, as it always is, boy, that seems like an awful lot to get through in 2 days, and it feels rushed. And I wonder if it's necessary that we try to cram so much into such a short period. These are big ideas and big thoughts and worthy of conversation. And even if we do it in person, which I would love to, I'd love to take the big room at Door Hosier and spread everybody out so we're 20 feet apart. That may be helpful. And I support getting a facilitator only so that, John, you can participate on a different level. If we could pull that off, that would be worthwhile. And if we could relax the schedule enough that we just aren't rushing through this. And I know that's a tough one. But if there's any way if we can turn this into 3 days, I'd be all for it. I'd rather come in on a day which we don't normally have meetings in order to spread this out. I think it's that important.
Thanks, Greg. Patty?
Can I respond to that real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Greg, I understand what John pretty much does, though, on this agenda. He puts it all in there, and it does look like a lot, but a lot of it is to just get us thinking about all these different ideas. I think a lot of it can be condensed on that, especially day 1. Day 2, since we've already kind of had some preliminary discussions on growth, but yeah, it does look overwhelming, but I think it's just kind of how the agendas are laid out in the past, and they put a lot of information in there, but we kind of fine tune it and move it along as we go. So to have 3 days, I'm not necessarily against that, but we're pretty burdened in 2 days. I think 3 days may be pushing us mentally and physically a little far, because we put a lot of brain cells into these 2 days of thinking, reflecting and looking forward. So I think we can pull it off in the 2 days. And, John might want to fine tune it a little bit so on paper it doesn't look so overwhelming.
In response to Patty, if I could, I would propose that maybe a week or 2 later we have a session where we revisit, to see what's percolated and what settled in and what fermented since the retreat. A decompression days after might make sense, because I often have my best thoughts, several days after the meeting. I hate to say it, or minutes even, but just thinking, I appreciate what Patty says, but I don't want to be rushed.
Yeah, we could always add some agenda time to do that. That's not a bad idea. So after we let our brains settle down a little bit, Kelly can put that on our list of future agendas, and we can look at some time in the future.
I just did.
Not a bad idea, Greg.
And I'll go to Francie.
I'm wondering who is at the meetings. Obviously, we are in John, and sounded like maybe Rich. That's my question, and then I also have a comment afterwards.
You're muted.
Whoops.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, yeah, thank you. So Francie, we've done it differently in different years. You know, in some years we've brought in a lot of staff, like all of the department directors for a discussion. More recently, the board has, I think, really valued having that concentrated time with each other, so we have pretty minimal staff. Particularly this year, what I'm envisioning is having some of our admin staff, so myself and Rich, would probably invite Michaela both for her internship experience and to help us keep track of everything. And then Phyllis and Kara, they're spending a lot of time on public health related items, but they would probably come in on a issue by issue basis, and then Cindy would be in on the growth management side for the second day for sure. So that's
they're also public meetings, so they're posted as a public meeting. So
that's correct.
We've always had maybe a couple members of the public wander through, an occasional newspaper reporter.
Okay. And then I just wanted to make a comment that if there's any way we could do it live, I would totally favor that. Of course, I will have had my second vaccination by then, so I'm a little biased. But I walk into that building once a week or whatever, and it's just like a ghost town, and nobody who works in that building knows who I am. And I wander around as sort of invisible, and I would just love to see you guys in person, even if we are 10, 15, 20 feet apart. And I think it makes for much more spontaneity. I think Zoom is great, but it's not spontaneous. That's all I have to say about that.
Steve?
So to address the question of feeling rushed, the one big thing we don't have scheduled on here is having the members, a panel of the members of the public coming in and talking about different issues. So that actually frees up our agenda more to have it us talking to each other about the issues instead of someone else telling us what they think the issues are. So I think that actually makes the agenda less rushed than it has been in some other years. Gives us more time to cogitate on things. I also will be 2 weeks past my second vaccine, so I'll be reaching my maximum immunity theoretically at that time. So I feel much better about doing anything in person. And I think as long as we can be spread out far enough to make that work, I would like to try to do it in person also. Also, if we minimize the number of outside people who are actually coming in, that probably makes it safer then for everybody.
Yeah, and if I could just comment, because there are a few things that we've done in the past that aren't reflected in this agenda. It's a different conversation. So we don't have our working agreements conversation, which we have had almost every retreat between the board members. What are your working agreements? And we don't have the panel discussion, which has also been very popular. And that was in favor of this other conversation. It's going to take some time and energy to have. So I just want to note that for the board.
so, just in wrapping up, sorry, we're having this like ticking over here. I don't know if everyone can hear that, but we're trying to resolve it. Do we need to make changes fundamentally to this agenda? You know, we'll clean it up a little bit, but, you know, I had wanted to allot some time next week just to finalize it with everyone. So if, you know, you can send me any edits, but it doesn't sound like we have any fundamental shifts right now. So I just want to confirm that. I will still plan to get some time on next week's agenda for us to finalize it. But if we need to add, you know, make sure we line up a speaker or something like that, I do want to get that captured right now. So I'll just poll the board. Patty?
Kelly?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, based on my current health situation right now, I too would support if we can find the venue to do it in person with us, you know, adequately spaced out and taking all the precautions that we can. I agree with Francie on that, you know, step face to face, even if it's across the room. It would be great if we can pull it off. The other thing too is we would still have to set up some way to make this public. John, I don't know how for public to participate. I don't know, do we post a Zoom? I don't know if you could figure that out. That's just food for thought.
Okay, thank you. I'm jotting notes here. Okay, so I'm seeing, I think we're good. Thank you all, appreciate it. John, you and I will clean up the last bit. We'll tighten it up. And I think we can move on. It looks like our Andre Willie is here to join us for our 2 o'clock interview for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. So we can get that started here a minute early. Welcome, Andre. Nice to see you.
Hi. Good to see you again this morning.
So we are interviewing you for renewal for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board position. And generally we allot about 15 minutes for these. I'll invite you to, you know, present why you want to keep this position, and then we'll invite the commissioners to ask questions.
Great. Well, thank you. I don't know, I'd like to stay on the board for sure. I have been on board for, I think, about 10 years now, since it pretty much first got started. And it's been a great thing. I've really enjoyed it. Although it does sometimes take quite a bit of time and conflict with life, but I've tried to manage that as best as I can. And our board's been pretty understanding about each other when we can't make it to certain meetings because of personal work-related or family-related or whatever. But tried to be as consistent as I could and be there, and I think it's worked out well. I think we've done some great things over that time period, but there's still more to come. There's a lot of work to be done still. So I'm kind of excited about some of the future projects that we've got going. You know, the Robinson Ditch right now is a big project, and I think it's going to make an impact on the Mid-Valley as far as recreational users, as well as preventing, you know, future machinery in the water to maintain that diversion head gate. And right now it's kind of shocking looking at the work being done and the major scale of it. But I think that it'll be worthwhile for the long term. You got to think of it in the long haul. And I think it will make it a lot safer. So that's been a good project. Excited about our discussions with the Crystals and making that, you know, one of the second wild and scenic river in Colorado. That would be an amazing achievement, I think, and a pretty important thing for a board like ours to be involved in. And, you know, I I see it as the best possible thing that you could do for a river to protect its natural values and protect it for the community, you know, for the future. So that's pretty exciting. Sounds like a pretty uphill battle, though. Sounds like a tough one. But even just the work in trying to get there, I think, is beneficial. So even if we never get to the end game, I think trying to do it and working through it is going to be useful in a lot of different ways. So regardless, I'm all in on that one. So these are some things that are ongoing. I'd like to continue to be part of the board. Fits in well with my interests and gives me a good outlet to try and do something for the local environment, for the community, whether that be the environmental community, just the people living here, the recreation community. I'm a part of a lot of those, so it's kind of cool. Another thing that we've got a lot of work to do is just our PR, and with COVID, that's been put on hold in a big way. And so our board and our program's got a lot of opportunity and a bright future ahead, I think. So, but I will admit I'm kind of relieved to not be the chair. I did that for 2 years, the last 2 years, and then another year, so I've done that quite a bit. And it's good to get some new blood in there, so I can kind of sit back and think about it in a different way. So I'm liking that too. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Let's open it up. Let's see, Patty. You're muted, Patty. Sorry, go back to the beginning.
Sorry, Andre. Sorry, because I still have Andre's picture on my whole screen. Your years of service and your passion, I want to thank you. It's just commendable, and the history that you bring to the board, I think is important. But I don't really have a question for you, but I just have to say that anybody who can catch a beaver floating on an iceberg down the Roaring Fork River deserves to stay on this board.
That's the highlight of my winter so far.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
I'm down on the river and bird watching along the river and checking out things and checking out the anchor ice and checking out the dippers and whatnot. And so I was pretty stoked to be in the right place at the right time. You know, when it goes around, I figure you got to put the time in to catch a moment like that. So
yeah, that was priceless, absolutely priceless. So again, my thanks, and as far as I'm concerned, I look forward to working with you in the future.
Great, thank you, Patty.
Other questions?
What did you do with the beaver once you caught it?
I didn't catch it, Greg. Oh, well, I caught it on film. You've caught a lot of things on film, right?
Steve, go ahead.
I wasn't.
So, Andre, ditto on thanks for all your years serving on the board, and your years as a high school science teacher also is very much commendable. I was amazed that you were there when the ice flow came down the Snowmass Canyon and under the bridge. I mean, you could sit there all day, but just the fact that you were even there is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I don't have that much time on my hands. I was on my way to go up to work. I'm coaching with Nordic with AVSC, and I just happened to catch it out of the corner of my eye on the highway, and I pulled a U-turn and drove back down to catch it at the bridge. So it was just pure luck. But anyway.
So I do have a question. It's sort of a hypothetical after the fact question, but with the Yule Mine doing the stream relocation up there, what is your take there on what should have been done, what should be done now in relation to stream health?
You're breaking up. What I got out of there is with the Yule Quarry, what should be done, and yeah, I guess basically, boy, that's a tough one. I mean, it seems to me that they need to be held accountable for what they attempted and actually succeeded in doing, just to set a precedent. And I don't know why the Army Corps of Engineers let them get away with that, if it was due to higher political pressure or what, but that just seems, horrible, and that if there's anything we can do to put some pressure on them, to hold them accountable and hold their feet to the fire, that would be great. I haven't heard that is going to fly, from our executive sessions and whatnot, with Ely, but they need to be accountability there, and they're not going to be able to put the stream back to the way it was. I don't think we want to go there. It'll probably cause more damage, but there should be some mitigation for sure. And there's a lot of opportunity for mitigation on the Crystal. We've outlined several projects, and they could certainly come up with their own if they don't want to, I'm sure they don't like Pickens County telling them what the mitigation projects could be. Although, on the other hand, I think, with respect to the Crystal River Trail and the ongoing stuff on the lower Crystal and the main stem of the Crystal, that there's a lot of great things that could be done that they could be involved in, and it might ease some of the tension. But that's my take on it. They need to mitigate somehow, and if we can get the community involved to recommend that, great. They don't seem to want to have a community meeting. However that might come about.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Other questions for Andre about his appointment? Yep, Greg?
Yeah, Andre, thanks. I remember when we first went on that board together, and I'm really grateful that you're hanging in there, and your voice is so important. How's the dynamic with your board? Just wondering, how are things going? I know over the 10 years there have been ups and downs. And just wondering how's it going with everybody, and is it, are we a well-oiled machine at this point and ready to take on these big challenges? That's the first question. The second one is regarding. I'd love to see if Healthy Rivers can, help take a look at this, like the Colorado Compact, as it might affect Western Colorado in the future, without going into any details that have been discussed already. But it's like, wow, we need to find a computer modeler who can help us create a computer model of what could possibly happen. I was thinking about that this morning. But anyway, how's it going on the board?
The board, I think, is doing great. It's maybe better than it ever has. Certainly, it's going very well. I think we've got a great group on the board that everybody is very compatible and willing to step up. Our newest members have really done an outstanding job, and I think Chris Lemons is he's really stepping up also. That's difficult for a time commitment for him, but it takes a couple of years. It takes a lot of time to get up to speed on all these different issues. And so I think it was hard for Chris Lemons and Chris Wheatley at first, but they seem to be really into it, and it's going well. So I'm looking forward to working with the rest of the team. I think it'll be great to get back together, though it's been hard with the online digital meetings. I mean, but even so, I think that it's gone quite well. And once we can meet live in person, I think it'll really help build our camaraderie and teamwork and shared passion, and make it fun to work together on these projects. As far as the compact, boy, I don't know. The drought here that we're in right now, and the future increasing needs of population and water demands, whether that be on the Front Range or in California, these issues are not going away anytime ever. And so, the work that we're doing is just becoming more and more important, especially with relation to protecting the environment. There's going to be more and more pressure on it, and more storage is going to be needed, and it's going to be tough. So I think we've got our work cut out for us. there's no easy answer, that's for sure. So it's gonna always be a balance between, meeting the needs that arise and the political pressures with also considering things like the environment and recreation and local water needs here in the Western Slope. And it's gonna always be a balancing act, but we need to be in the mix for sure. So that's where I see us fitting in with that. We have a voice and we need to make that voice heard and be part of the decisions. And that it might be the best we can hope for, given the circumstances surrounding Western water. But that's kind of where I'm coming from. I want to be at the table.
Okay, other questions for Andre? Francie?
I don't have any questions, Andre. I'm just really also appreciative of all your service over the years. It's really impressive to do that kind of volunteer work on a regular basis. And I think it's so important to have that institutional knowledge that you have on the board and to keep that going. I mean, you obviously know a lot about water and care a lot about it, so thank you so much. And thanks for wanting to continue.
You bet. And it's great to have you on the BOCC. So congrats.
All right, Andre, so what'll happen is we'll discuss the appointments and we'll let Charlotte Anderson know, and usually she'll be in touch with you, or Lisa will be in touch with you, to confirm what's going on.
Okay. Well, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And
We appreciate you.
we'll talk soon. Bye-bye.
So board,
That's all.
I just want to check in with our IT folks real quick, because we're still having this issue that I think may only be affecting us here in the room, but it's kind of ongoing. So, so Terry, is this ticking that we're hearing transmitting over grassroots? Are we hearing, are they hearing this at home? This repetitive tick that we're getting? Okay.
Yes, more than likely.
Okay.
You could dial back in, maybe take 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so I will ask, because they are hearing this at home. Anyone who's going to listen to this grassroots feed is going to hear what we're hearing in the room. And so I'm just going to ask that we take a minute or two to resolve this. So Lisa, I see you're on the phone. We may start your interview a little bit late. Terry, does everyone need to, will we have to cancel this and everyone dial back in, or just stay where we are? Okay. All right, so just hang tight, everyone, and then I'll reconvene our meeting in just a minute or two. Don't get off the Zoom, please. Lisa Tasker, who's next up for our renewal interview. And I think Greg stepped away, so let's just give Greg and Patty another minute to rejoin us. And Lisa, sorry for the technical trouble, so thanks for having us start late, and of course we'll give the full amount of time.
Yeah, no problem, Kelly. It's kind of par for the course, it seems like, in our new world order.
Yeah, I'm surprised how well we've done over the last year, actually. With how few hiccups we've had.
Yeah,
all right,
congratulations on that.
Okay, well, I think we'll get started. Patty, I'm sure, will join us shortly. And so, okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for our technical break there. We have the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session, and we are at our second Citizen Board renewal interview with Lisa Tasker for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. And Lisa, hi, we'll invite you to offer why you'd like to stay on the board and any other comments you'd like to make, and then we'll do a roundtable with the commissioners who have questions for you about that position.
Great, yeah. I am still really interested in staying on the board, and I too have been fortunate enough to be a member of the board since its inception, the same as our prior applicant today, and one other person on the board, which has really been helpful that there's at least that many of us that have that kind of institutional knowledge at this point. And then, of course, it's really great to have the new members that come in too. So I have to agree that we do have a really great dynamic going on with our board right now. And of course, I do look forward to having in-person meetings again. It's just less than ideal, as you probably all understand very well. But yeah, so I am really interested in staying on because I do keep thinking, and it does appear to be the case always, that our projects and the things that we're accomplishing just seem to be ramping up more and more over time, which is a really wonderful thing. And the Robinson Ditch project got some great press by Curtis Wackerly this weekend, which was fantastic. I think it was one of the better articles that happened. It was very succinct and to the point of sort of what the project was about for the public, which also brings me to our goal of getting more PR going. We've had a PR committee going for, the last year. I know Lisa McDonald was on this call. She might still be. But yes, we were really excited about doing a 10-year anniversary, big ta-da that would happen over a year. But then COVID hit. So that 10-year anniversary plan kind of ultimately changed, but there's still some really wonderful plans to get more information out to the public, engage the public more, have them understand more about what the program's about and the possibilities, which I think is going to help hopefully with maybe some wild and scenic efforts that we all talked about earlier today. And I am really excited about the wild and scenic efforts picking up again, and I do agree that it is an uphill battle, but I think it's still very possible. So, and maybe we have a kind of a short window of opportunity over the next couple of years, I'm wondering, but I think we should push hard for that and do everything we can to make that happen. So, and I too agree that it's a real opportunity for the Crystal River Valley residents. Some of them are very knowledgeable about the river and about the wild and scenic issues, but it's also a great opportunity to engage some people in understanding just what great outstanding natural values the Crystal River has, and the fact that it is probably the last free-flowing river in Colorado. So I think that's a really exciting thing that's going on into the future here. Mule Creek is an issue, just like we were just talking about, or you were talking about earlier. It is a very fascinating and kind of disappointing story. Obviously, with the Army Corps of Engineers, it's been very frustrating to learn sort of learn about the fact that they are basically asking for a permit after the fact, and that, you know, now I guess they've potentially submitted, the company has, the mining company, the Italian mining company, a mitigation plan perhaps, and then it's going to be a little bit difficult for us to get our hands on that so that we can actually maybe comment on that from the county and from the board and get ideas. And I am a little concerned with that particular project that we really don't have any huge big ideas that we can kind of squeeze in right now as far as mitigation that really meet the sense of it doesn't really meet the crime. Sort of what we've proposed can happen on the Crystal River. It doesn't really help make up for that, but hopefully maybe they've come up with some ideas on site that actually might be even more intriguing, and I'm curious to in the future hear more about that, and hopefully we can all have the time to respond to that. And it does sound to me like maybe the county can keep asking for more public input. We may have an opportunity for that, and I'm looking forward to seeing if that's possible. So as far as Ewell Creek, yes, that's something that I'm very interested in following to the future, because it certainly does set a precedent for sort of what could happen in our watershed. So we want to push hard, I think, on this. I do agree, and I did write in my comment, because what I do believe I still believe that this group, the Pickens County Healthy Rivers Program and the board, have a really unique position to be a little bit more brave compared to some environmental groups, just because we are not really pressured by, say, specific donors that are trying to maybe, you know, keep us from doing certain things that they don't agree with. Although we definitely have to meet, you know, taxpayer obligations, but I think that we can really be a strong voice for our healthy rivers. So intact ecosystems, and it's going to be very important going forward for us to be certain that we do keep our rivers sort of sustainable and capable of remaining healthy, supporting fish, supporting healthy riparian habitats, because that's going to be, I think that's going to be key going into the future as far as having, you know, good drinking water and being able to support communities with water in general. So I am really interested in making sure that we can, as a board and as a program, keep up that good work on really trying to get to whatever the right thing is with the best science and the best of our abilities to really push hard for healthy rivers. And that's really sort of one of my bigger reasons for really hanging in there and staying on the board. Plus, I really enjoy it, and I really enjoy the dynamics on the board right now too. It's a really great working relationship for the entire group. And it'll be even better when COVID's gone, but so I think that'll get me started.
Thank you, Lisa. And let me go to the board with any questions. Greg and then Patty.
Great, thanks, Lisa. It's great to see you. It's been a long time. In person would be better. But thanks again for re-upping, and I really do appreciate having you there and having the veterans there as well as the new voices. I really appreciate what you said about how this group is unique and that you can provide cover and you can take stands that aren't so dependent on donor, you know, the mercurial whims of the donors or the people who are concerned about the donors. So you have a little bit more autonomy there, which is great. And I'm hoping I keep hoping that the Healthy Rivers model will spread to other communities, and because we've been asked about it. We know we have where other counties have asked, how did you guys pull that off, and how's it working? And I really think it's a good thing. And as water gets more scarce and in greater demand on the western slope in particular, it's really going to be valuable to have you all there. So I'm glad you're still on it and still enthusiastic. So thanks.
Patty.
Yeah, I just, Lisa, wanted to say a huge thanks to you for your years of service, your passion, how you do your homework. You're so articulate with your thoughts, your opinions, your ideas, and it's just so greatly appreciated. I think having history on a board is important. But I think the most fun I think we can look forward to is, Lisa McDonald does a great job. I know she was excited about our 10-year celebration. So let's all work together and let's plan for an 11-year celebration, or maybe it might have to be 12. But, add a couple years to it. But I think we need to get the word out there, and I know you will be great help in doing so with letting people know of the great work that the Healthy Rivers and Streams program does, and that it is time to celebrate the efforts over the past 10, 11, maybe 12 years and move us into the next 10, 11, 12 years. So yeah, I look forward to continuing to work with you, Lisa. Again, my huge thanks.
Thanks,
Well,
Patty.
thanks, Patty. Yeah, I really do. I'm ready for a party. And I really think that it would help put us on the map. So eventually we are going to get there, even if it is the 12-year party. I don't care. I think everyone will understand, with COVID, you can explain a lot of things differently, right? But thank you so much for your kind words. And I really do look forward to working a little bit more closely with the BOCC always, and especially with these Mule Creek issues and Wild and Scenic. I mean, it's a real interesting dynamic that has to occur and so important. So, and I so appreciate all your guys' service. Absolutely. Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. Francie, and then Steve.
I just wanted to say briefly, Lisa, that your resume knocked my socks off. It was amazing. And so, how lucky we are to have you.
Well, thanks, Francie. I actually have never put my resume up before, and for some reason I wasn't really thinking, and I put it up there, and I thought it was kind of overkill for me to have done that. But anyway, I had an afterthought, and I was like, well, I never did that before. But then so I'm. Thank you very much. Yeah,
it was super fun to read.
My life is full of a lot of passionate environmental work, that's for sure. It ain't always easy, but oh well.
No, we appreciate it, that's for sure.
And Steve.
So Lisa, I remember the first time I met you was at the Colorado Weed Management Association annual meeting. You are a noxious weed expert and an expert botanist. So I am just curious. I know you look at rivers and riparian systems with a different eye than most other people would look at them. And you can if you could give kind of a state of the health of the rivers in terms of the vegetation, and if there are any noxious aquatic species around that we need to be aware of, or any invasive species going into the riparian system that we should know about.
Yeah, that's true. And over the years, I have definitely given some people some bad news. Like I remember first giving the news that tamarisk was in our watershed, and I found it first up on the Crystal River. But anyway, I am ever hopeful. I think we've had a lot of obnoxious things going on, but with this current change in administration, I think a lot of those have disappeared, and I'm hoping maybe it'll pertain. No, I'm just anyway. But yes, you're right. I have a much more depressing outlook on some of the state of our riparian vegetation than most people do, and I always try to gently let that news kind of get out and have some sort of optimistic plan on how to deal with it. But
okay, any other questions for Lisa? All right,
Yeah.
Lisa, oh,
If
sorry.
I could, just do a little feedback to Lisa, we do need more precipitation. That would help, the situation tremendously. No guarantee we are going to get it, however.
Yes, it's so true. I mean, some of the crazy pressures like that Andre was alluding to, and that it may start ramping up, and some of the insane talk. I mean, there was an article, I don't know if you saw, in the Grand Junction Sentinel, where the executive director of the River District, and then another gentleman who was with CWCB and now is a lawyer for the Wall Street firms that are interested in water. That was a really contentious article. I was like, wow, water is really getting back to waters for fighting, whiskeys for drinking. That was a kind of a bad moment when I read that yesterday. Anyway.
Okay, well, thanks, Lisa. We will, talk among the board about the appointments, and then Charlotte or probably Lisa McDonald will let you know. And Lisa, before we wrap up this topic, Lisa McDonald, do we have other applicants for these positions?
Hey Kelly, it's Lisa. My video is shot this afternoon, so
We can hear you.
We don't have any others that have applied. We do have Chris Wheatley is also up for renewal, and we're trying to get him scheduled. His work schedule is a little tricky right now, so we're looking at maybe an interview at the end of the month with Chris Wheatley.
And has the application been closed?
I think so. Charlotte does that. She handles the citizen board. So, but I don't know if she shuts them off at a certain time or not.
Okay. Great.
She's
Well,
been open since last year. So.
Oh, got it. Okay. Well, good to know. And, Lisa and Andre, we've really enjoyed seeing both of you today for lots and talking about these issues. So we will let you know.
Thank you very much.
Great,
and
thank
good
you.
to see you all. Thanks for the
Likewise.
opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, moving on to our review of future agendas. John Peacock? He's muted. You're muted.
Sorry,
Okay, there you go.
trouble with my mute button. Thanks, Kelly. Just have one item that we wanted to get some clarification from the board on, and that is we would like to bring a resolution forward for jail IGA. We're still working through the details of that. Next week, we'd like to bring that forward as an emergency resolution so it can be effective immediately upon approval, so that the Sheriff's Department can start managing its population, particularly with the spring break. We'd like to get ahead of the spring break crowds, I think. And so there were some clarifications, though, I think, when we were talking with Kelly and such, just to make sure there were some requests of the board for, so Patty, for example, I think you had requested a tour of the Garfield facility when that, is available with COVID and such. We just wanted to make sure that we could bring this forward and arrange for those types of tours and such afterwards, or that it wasn't contingent, in parallel, because I do think the Sheriff's Department is feeling a little bit of pressure to move forward with the IGA. And Joe is here, who can articulate this much better than I. So.
Well,
Patty, and then Joe.
Oh yeah, John, thank you for bringing up the tour. I do think that's important. I also hear that there's even more reason recently to expedite this, but I want to, since I will not be here for this, if we bring it forward next week, I just want to throw out my one concern I have. I want us to be able to make sure there's an out in this IGA So if for some reason the circumstances change either at our jail or upon our tour or whatever, that we can bring it back in and either change it, tighten it up, or negate it. I just when we not rush, but when we expedite things, a better word, and do emergency ordinances or resolutions, I just would be more comfortable if I knew that there was a way for us to step back moving forward and either tweak it or negate it if we feel after further information coming up, either upon the move or before the move or in light of a tour or whatever circumstances.
Yeah, and Patty, I don't think that'll be, I think both entities would probably want that kind of flexibility.
I just want to make sure that's my one comment, as I won't be here next week. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. And Joe, thanks for joining us. I'm glad you were available. If there's anything you want to bring up with the board, just for us to clarify so the attorney's office can have clear direction on this IGA for next week.
Thanks, Kelly. Let me address Patty's point first. I don't think a tour is going to be available to us. I know that I would probably not let 5 or 6 people in the jail right now for a tour. I mean, we're really even backing off the type of arrests we're taking in, and that's all due to COVID. So that would be up to their jail commander, but I know I wouldn't allow 5 people in at this point. But of course, we could always ask. Patty, as far as the other thing you had mentioned, an out clause on this, yeah, that would, I would assume, be appropriate on both ends. What we need to keep in mind is if we are under construction at the jail, we just will need another place if we're not welcome there or we want to break the deal. So we may be under construction at this facility, and we just need to keep that in mind. So I know that didn't help anybody out, but that's the way I see it.
Okay, Francie?
I just have a couple of quick questions. I assume that IGA stands for intergovernmental something.
You are so close, Francie. Well done. It's intergovernmental agreement, and thank you for calling me on the bureaucrat speak.
Okay, that was one question. And then how is this related to spring break?
I was just saying that's going to be our next time where we probably have volumes and such in the community, and yeah, that's the next time we probably have a lot of people coming into the jail.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Am I right about that, Joe? I just remember my spring breaks, maybe. Yeah, I think they're a little wilder than your spring break, John. But yeah, that St. Patrick's Day coming up, President's Day, those are all spikes. But we are really trying to keep low-level offenders out of the jail right now. That's a COVID thing, not a jail safety issue.
Okay, Steve?
So, John, I just have to laugh. I thought you were going to say, based on my personal experience on spring breaks, when the time you spend in jail, you need to tell us these stories someday. And I think that out on both sides is appropriate in a legal agreement, just to protect us against unforeseen circumstances that might arise.
Okay, and I'll just note, because I did go back and just watch our meeting to confirm the direction of the board and any outstanding questions that I thought to resolve so that we can move this expeditiously. I generally thought that the board had a sense of urgency on this, and so bringing it in an emergency resolution was appropriate. And then also the only other question I had was related to a cost comparison. So the money that it will cost us to send inmates down there, but in comparison to the money that we will save by not housing them here. And so I want to check in with the board and see if that is important for us to know before signing this IGA or in tandem with signing this IGA, if that is an important point for folks so that we can be prepared so staff can be prepared next Wednesday. So I'm just checking in with the board. If you don't, if this isn't a sticking point for you, then silence is fine. If it is, just bring it up now so we know. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. So that was all I had heard from the meeting. Joe, yes, go ahead.
Kelly, I could send you our board presentation that I think had those numbers broken down. I could resend it to each board member if you would like.
So Joe, I think there is one more level of analysis for us to do on the comparison, but that's something I think we can do easily, and we can look for some work session time maybe the Tuesday before. Kelly, I haven't looked ahead. I'll do that now, just to go over some of that with the board before the regular meeting.
Okay. And Steve,
but Joe, we do have the numbers. You're right.
Steve, I think you were pointing, I don't know if, was that a hand raise or Francie, did you have another comment or question?
No, I was just making sure you saw Joey's hand up.
Oh, okay, yep. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, all right. So we'll see this on February 10th as an emergency resolution. Thank you, thanks for joining us, Joe. John, any other future agenda items?
No, but I'll bet you Patty has some.
I have some too. Yeah.
What makes you think that? Mine are pretty simple. I will be here, and if Charlotte is listening, which she usually is, on the 23rd and 24th of February. You know, I had to change my travel plans due to my mother's health. I will not be here next week, the 9th or the 10th. I will be reserving time to come in on Tuesday, the 9th, for our executive session in the afternoon. And I will not be participating at all on Wednesday regular meeting. I have contacted Suzanne Wolf and Leslie Lamont to let them know so they could let the land use applicants know that I would not be present if they wanted to change their date for their item to be heard. And I think things are going to move forward as far as I know. But I wanted the board to know that I followed up with staff on that. So that's all that I have to correct on future agendas. Thank you.
Okay, other board members, Steve?
I just noticed looking at the agenda that on the item number 14 next Wednesday, I will not be participating as a commissioner on that. So with Patty being gone, there will only be 3 of you there to vote on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I passed that along to Leslie and Suzanne. And I know, Steve, you have to recuse, which I believe means you have to leave the room.
So technically, I'm not recused, but I am stepping aside to speak as a neighbor. It's something allowed in our land use code. So I can still comment on it as a citizen, not as a commissioner. And I can't vote on it.
Okay. Other board members before I raise my items? Okay, I have a few items. So I think we need to, Phillips. Do we need to have any work session time to discuss the leases at Phillips that are coming on as ordinances on Wednesday? Or will the presentation be given during first reading?
We were anticipating doing the presentation, I believe, during first reading. We are going to propose doing it as and Jody actually might talk about that in open discussion, actually. So, but just to preempt Jody, I guess, what we're looking at is approval of kind of a master lease document that the board would then authorize staff to sign with tenants.
Okay. All right, I'm okay with that unless is that okay with everyone? Looking, I don't see any problem with that. I think we need to add another exec on February 23rd. Since we are planned to start at 1 that day, I would say we could add it at the end of the day unless the attorney's office decides we need to have a full morning exec, and that would be for the purposes of our performance evaluations. I think that's when we are slating to probably meet with John Ely and John Peacock to do those, to have those conversations. So usually those are an hour each. So we'll
Yeah,
just need to
Kelly,
find
that's
time.
also, the 23rd is also ACRA board meeting in the morning, so we
Okay.
need to keep that in mind when that's why we have a late start on that date.
Okay. And finally, I'll say for next week, I just want to note, we probably need to revisit whatever the Board of Health agenda is during our work session, COVID updates, so maybe the updates to the dial and whatever the staff recommendation is next Tuesday. And then looking into the future, two things I've noted is time to do the retreat debrief as Greg requested. Maybe revisit some of the ideas there. And then I had reached out, Lisa McDonald sent me information on the Healthy Rivers and Streams staff position that we had requested to come back to us. We approved the budget during the budget cycle, but then we asked for the staff position to come back to us for a rework. And she had indicated that that would be presented during the first quarter supplemental. And I just want to check in and see if that's the appropriate time for us to just look at that staff position, you know, that the description of that staff position, or if we should slate other work session time to do that. And John, I'll sort of look to you for that input.
Yeah, so Kelly, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember if we did appropriate the funds, but before hiring you asked, so it doesn't necessarily need to wait for the first quarter supplementals unless it requires an appropriation. So I think it's really at the board's pleasure how you'd like to handle that. If it were an appropriation, unless it was an emergency kind of appropriation, I'd probably suggest it wait for the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that helps you or not.
Yeah, so I'll just check in with the board based on how much time we want to like look at that staff position and make sure it's, you know, crafted how we want it before we start recruiting for that position. Any thoughts? I mean, I think it could be a half-hour discussion and separate from any budget supplemental. Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to have that discussion since we did ask for that information.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's what I got. Patty and then Francie?
Yeah, real quick, just to let Greg know, I will not be attending the 11th Board of Health meeting, and I will be out of town. And Kelly, I will not be attending this Friday's agenda meeting or the next one because I will be in the air. I will be traveling. Unless I get to some secure place where I can log in, then I'll participate in our agenda meetings with John P. and John Ely.
Okay.
Okay?
Francie?
I was just wondering, John, when you think we might come back to the short-term rental licensing discussion? Because I'm still getting tons and tons of communications from Redstone people, and like to have something to say to them.
Yeah.
I have told them, you know, that we had asked staff to look at licensing options and that anything we do will be after we have public comment from people and they'll have an opportunity. But other than that, I haven't said anything.
Yeah, that's right. So Francie, I think I'm going to need to check in with John Ely because I think he was going to frame up the basic initial draft of a licensing resolution, and we have not had that conversation to know what his timing is yet when that might come back. It'd probably come back in the form of a work session and then going out for public comment. So let me bring that back to John because I really don't know what the timing is on that right now.
Okay, and then we were going to possibly hear back from Jeff about internet access up the frying pan and up in the middle of the Crystal area.
Yeah, and we have not scheduled that yet, but we can definitely get him on and we could probably bring him into open discussion even next week, because I think it's a brief conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Greg?
Just gonna say regarding Jeff and the telecom discussion, I would love to include on his just agenda for that meeting. How are we doing with the radio translators? Just the issues we've had with losing the Denver classical stations and KDNK going off in the Upper Valley. And, you know, we have some issues, and I don't know if it's going to be spring before they can resolve them. But I'd love to know what the plan is for getting strong signals back up here for the stations that have just kind of dropped off so much this year.
Okay. All right, that's the only thing we've run over on this today, guys. Surprisingly.
Good job.
I think so. We're on to board open discussion. Any board open discussion, John Peacock?
Yeah, I do have Jody here. She's got a facilities update. So Kelly, I don't know if you wanted to do that first, or I don't have any other open discussion though for the board.
Okay. Let's just do our round table and then we'll turn it over to Jody. Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to circle back with the board to make sure that we all have an opportunity to speak if we want about the Board of Health issues, upcoming Board of Health issues. I think we've got a real information gap with the community regarding how the Board of Health works, how they vote, you know, and I'm trying to get a grip on how can we rectify that. Because frankly, there's been a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of misplaced anger, I believe, in the community. I'm not just saying the anger focused on me, which is actually I'm okay with, but I want to make sure people understand what the issues actually are and what we're talking about here. So going into our next Board of Health meeting, I just want to make sure this board has a real chance to, one, weigh in to help provide me with direction. I think that worked pretty well last time. Despite the last minute proposals and motions that were thrown out by the mayor of Snowmass and the mayor of Aspen, which I did not feel comfortable voting on because I didn't know where y'all stood. So I think that I just want to make sure we have the opportunity coming forward to hash things out. Maybe not, we don't have to unpack too much from the previous, but I want to be ready, Maine. You know, we're not out of the woods yet, but it's good to see that we're back in the orange for the restaurants.
Thanks, Greg. Francie?
I do think that one of the things that comes up with the Board of Health decisions is that it's really hard to ignore the fact that the people who are making decisions for the 1,000 people who work in the restaurants all have jobs and paychecks. And so when you wonder where the resentment comes from, that is one of the places where it comes from, is that they don't feel like they've been represented, that the only people who are discussing their future are people whose paychecks are not threatened.
Steve?
On a Board of Health related issue, and I think you might have had it on your agenda this earlier, John, but we didn't talk about it. The state legislation regarding the makeup of the Board of Health members, the legislators have decided to go back to their original plan, which would not allow any county commissioners to serve on the Board of Health. I think that bill in that form faces stiff opposition from counties all across the state. I'd be surprised if it goes anywhere, but you never know with legislation.
Okay, thanks for that update, Steve. And I don't have any open discussion right now. Okay, so let's turn it over to Jody for a facilities update.
Hi, thank you. Jody Smith, Facilities Director. And annually, monthly, I come to the board and give you an update on what's happening with the facilities, capital projects and/or other projects that might impact the county from other jurisdictions. With that, today, I wanted to start out by giving you an update on the public health office design at the Salt River Park Center. That is at 123 Emma. Talk to you about the county-owned housing program and how that is developed. And then I know you all have seen the newspaper following the jail trail design from the City of Aspen Council. I just kind of wanted to touch on that project as well. Next month, I will be coming before you with an update on probably, again, public health and where we make more progress, and then also the jail project. I don't have enough information on the jail today to start that dialogue of giving you where we're at, except for what Joe would talk to you earlier about. With that, let me share my screen. See that it's there. So that's the agenda today. So the public health office design, we have been in the process for a couple of months, providing goals, doing our programming needs. We did hear the board about the flexibility and possible future uses, energy efficient, those kinds of items. So that was included in our goals, which was to provide a healthy environment by addressing the antiquated HVAC systems. Sound masking was important, flexible office and furnishings to keep it so that we can do different uses in the future. There needs to be collaborative and communal workspace for the various occupants. And I'll just step back that we originally started to think about this as strictly a public health office. And the original ask was for 14 workstations. Since that time, we've stepped back. We met with John, Phyllis, Rich, and public health director, and kind of regrouped about making this more flexible and accessible for future use. We, the county, don't know what our future work environment and office environment is going to be. So we wanted to create something that could be modified as those discussions happen, when people start to come back to the workforce and or decisions are made about how, our future work. So the collaborative was important, security was important, accessibility, of course, in the environment. We need a comfort room, which we have been putting in every building, an IT room, and then address our back parking lot. To give kind of the context of what we're talking about here is in slide number 1, this is our existing space. The yellow highlighted area here is 1,704 square feet. This is the existing Hope Palace that will be vacated. This will be gutted and demoed, and then creating new space, and I'll show you 2 conceptual designs that we have thus far. The second floor is upstairs. It's called Health One, and that is part of the overall plan as well. And again, I'll show you some information on how to make that really useful for not only public health, but possibly the future and or other users. We did do a space planning matrix that we're working off of. We're not really working off of the 14 offices anymore, so this is a little bit obsolete, but we are still looking for 2,691 square feet. That's what we have to work with. Some of the challenges that we have in this space is You can see, we have a lot of HVAC equipment. This is just for Hope Palace upstairs, or on the roof. It's very tight. The roof, once we pull these off, the roof will have to be replaced or repaired. There's a whole set of ductwork that goes outside the back of the building here. So our intent is to put in a, we're looking at design systems for like a split unit that would be super healthy and easy to manage, doesn't take up the roof space. You can see this is the exhaust for Hope Palace now. That'll all be demoed. These green big ductworks in the middle of Hope Palace, this is a challenge because it goes from the outside of the back of the building through the building, and it gives air to subway. So we're working on kind of that pass-through and figuring out how we're going to work that. Not insurmountable, it's just stuff that we're dealing with. I kind of wanted just to give you that information. You can see here again down in Hope Palace, the kitchen, that ductwork goes right through from outside the wall. And then, really demoing in this kitchen. I am working with Restore to take as much of the stainless steel that they can, if they can reuse sinks or the counters or any of that stuff. I have a meeting with them soon to go over that. So what we ended up, we had an option A, which I deleted. I'm not even going to show that one to you because it was very, very focused on public health. And since we realigned, we're working for an 8 to 10 space kind of touchdown. You can see here in option B, it provides 9 touchdowns, 2 offices, and 3 spaces for small meetings here. So these are the little, you walk in this door here, and then there's a couple of workstations here, a couple here, more of a private office, some collaborative spaces, another private office, which we might turn into where they can, again, have multiple people in there. This would be the comfort room. We're really trying to keep the restroom where it is so that we can minimize impacts. But one of the things that I wanted to point out in all of these scenarios is that this entire space becomes an open shell. And the only hard walls are the janitor's room, the restroom, and the comfort room. Everything else is furniture. So that's where the flexibility comes in for future use. The same thing happens up on the 2nd floor, where you come in there's a door here where we have hard walls for a meeting room. This would hold 15 to 20 people, depending on the configuration. This room could be used by anyone during or after hours because it has its own entrance, and then it has access to the restroom and the small little kitchen area. And then we do have 4 touchdown spaces here, and then more of a private, touchdown space here for people. So in looking at this, we're really creating a very diverse and open concept and flexible space for the county. I did have them add, this is the door that we used to have for our big meeting room here. I did put a line here so that you could see that this is still part of Mountain Family Health, and they do have a huge meeting room in here. This door would go away, but this is still an option that the county can use for even larger meeting rooms, say your retreat or something. That's FYI. So that's one of our thoughts. And then the second, the option C, again, provides for those same kind of spaces, the comfort room. What we really like about putting this comfort room downstairs is that it can also become a private touchdown space, for 2 people to go have a meeting if it's not being used for the comfort purposes. We had looked at putting it upstairs, but then somebody would have to go up, and then it's not going to be utilized. This, again, you come through the front door, you have a receptionist. If we do end up doing that, we have touchdown spaces, private offices, collaboration. There's again, just kind of like what's in our kitchen in the admin building, we have a touchdown space here and a big TV on this wall. So either way, either one of these concepts really do create that open, flexible space. Again, janitor's closet, restroom, and comfort room are the only ones with hard walls. We do back in this back area in the parking lot back here, which I'll show you here in a second, we will be adding an exit door here. And we're also going to be taking off this, the deck that's out here. It's kind of in the floodplain, and I'll show you that. So those are kind of what we're working on. Our team is meeting here shortly to review these again, but I kind of wanted just to give the board an update on where we're kind of going with this. We don't have any costs associated with it yet. Regardless of how this goes, we do have to take the downstairs space down to studs, remove the floor, the ceiling, all the ductwork. There's no asbestos or lead, so we're in good shape there. And we're really utilizing the existing columns that are in there. So it'll have a drop ceiling. So that's kind of what we were looking at. The next slide is really the parking lot. That is the other part of the scope of work here, is that we have some significant drainage problems. So this is the public health, or the new space. You can tell in all these blue areas we have little different HVAC units, chillers that do different spaces. This one in particular is those green tubes that go through. So again, we'd be getting rid of this door, taking off this deck, relocating this. These purple things are dumpsters and recycle bins. This is a real problem back here because this fills up with ice. So these red lines here would be to cut the pavement, get drains in, and get them all going to this drain so we can alleviate the drainage problems that we have back here. So I kind of wanted just to give you an idea of what was happening here. And then I also noticed that last week you guys were talking about the Meet Me Center with Jeff Kruger. This is where it is. So I thought I'd just point that out. We will be utilizing that with a little server room as well. And then there is an existing generator here that we will be connecting to our new space. So that's basically the idea for public health. Again, flexibility, energy efficient, accessible, code compliant, access control and security, the drainage problems, rooftop units will be replaced. There's a generator on site. So those are the opportunities that we're creating here with this plan. Is there any questions?
DeFrancie, did you have your hand up a minute ago? No? Okay, Patty, then Greg?
I voiced this concern, and I will continue to voice this concern. I know we need to clean out that space and get it prepped. I'm concerned about budget, which you said you don't have numbers yet, because we have some other looming budgetary capital expenses like the jail coming before us quickly. The other thing is right now we have a beautiful building that is sitting empty. I know we have public health needs, and I appreciate the fact that this more new county space will be flexible. Just the fact that saying public health design kind of puts a name on it for public health. I would like to have a broader discussion. I just feel it's just difficult for me to be building more county office space when we have a beautiful county building that is empty. I know we don't have a plan yet for bringing people back into that building, but in the interim, I would rather see us not spend money doing a beautiful, finished product in Emma and using some of this space that is currently sitting empty in our own building. I just think we owe it to the public to really look at the use of public funds to build more space, again, at a time when we have a building sitting pretty much empty. So I just have to get that out there. I have really strong feelings about it and would like that to be part of a continued discussion as we move forward.
Thanks, Patty. Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I don't think I'm as concerned as Patty. I think our staff has a pretty good handle on this, and they're all budget conscious with this right now. I know it'll come back to us. So my concern really just came down to some of the nitpicking things that Jody brought up regarding for instance, the ducts that flow through the Hope-Ellis to the subway. Is there really any reason to remove them if they're working? You know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And then I did have a question regarding the same thing with that deck. If somebody put a deck in and it's not, unless it's falling apart or if it's a real hazard, does it need to be removed? Maybe there's some value in keeping that. And there was one other thing similar to that, which, it sounds like this is an opportunity. You're pulling out those heating units and you're putting in mini splits, I think is what you said, and which would be great. That should mean the heat pumps will bring in some energy efficiency. If there's anything else we can do, working with CORE, for instance, consulting to make that building more energy efficient, I think that's a priority for me. Thanks.
Steve, did you have your hand up? No? Okay, I'll share some of Patty's concerns. I guess what I'm really lacking here is just what the long-term vision for the public health department is as far as positions and staffing. And so, I just am reluctant to commit to, a building that I don't know how it's connected to the 5-year plan for that. So that begs for me a broader discussion as well. Okay, Steve?
Extending that thought a little bit further, hopefully our need for a larger public health department diminishes, and I would see this basalt space as becoming a space where employees from other departments don't have to commute all the way to Aspen all the time to do their jobs. They can just go to basalt. That would free up the possibility of, maybe we end up with extra office space in Aspen and could come up with some, a tenant to lease some of our administration building, perhaps, or, something like that.
Francie?
So Patty, are you thinking that, like a lot of the country, people are thinking they're not going to be commuting to work anymore, and they're going to be working more remotely, and so our building will be empty a lot of the time, and we can make it more vital by having other entities in there?
That is a definite possibility, because in talking with staff, there's a lot of them that really appreciate working from home. They don't have to commute, et cetera, which I can understand. I think Kelly hit the nail on the head as far as what's our long-term plan for public health staff, but it's also what's our long-term plan for the use of our building, which I think is something that we're going to be bringing up at our retreat, because we've been wanting that discussion for a while. Then the numbers spiked, so we backed off on the discussion of bringing people back into the workplace. So I think that is something we're going to be attending to here, I'm hoping, in the next couple of months, in a short-term time frame. But, it's just, again, Francie, you're right on the mark. We need to be looking at that as part of the picture. Building more space, what are we going to do with it? And subletting it is a possibility. We just need to have that discussion to make me more comfortable. I think to make all of us more comfortable.
Okay. So we don't need to wrap that up right now, but we'll keep going with the facilities update.
Thank you. So the next item is the county-owned housing program, and I'll try to go really quick because I know I'm out of time. Is that basically Pickens County has a variety of housing units throughout the county. You can see the list above, where we have county-owned rental units that are being managed, Phillips Trailer Park, we have airport, we have open space, we have commercial. and there was no central place to put all of that information. And then when we purchased Phillips Trailer Park and took on an additional 40 new rental units, 3 cabins and the rest were space rentals, we, the housing team, felt like we really needed to have a centralized place. So we formed the team. We've been talking a lot. The board, you guys approved us to purchase the Yardi Breeze Premier. We call it Yardi. It's been implemented. We're not all the way live, but in January we did collect rent and put it in. And then February we're doing it again, doing our test program. And it's all working. And not only does Yardi track the rental payments, the deposits, we actually have a work order in from one of our units where the washer is broken, so they can submit them that way. We can put out general messages of, hey, your power is going to be off in this building for a day, whatever it is. So it's a really great centralized product for us. APSHA currently manages 8 of the county-owned houses, 8 additional county-owned units. Now that the county, and they've done a fantastic job, we have no issues with them. But now that we have our own little housing team and all of our little members, me, Michelle McClinton, Wendy Elkin, Melissa Jodas, Catherine Taggart, and then if it's a policy thing that we're not sure of, we go to Phyllis. So what we were asking and thinking that we would like to bring those units back to Pickens County to manage. We've looked at the agreement. APSHA has no problem with letting those 8 units go. It's small in their bigger picture, where we'll get them into Yardi. We'll manage them through my department and this little housing team, and we'll do the leases. We'll do it all anyway from here on out, unless you all have heartburn with that. The airport and open space and trails have looked at the Yardi program. They're going to be putting, or we've already put their rental units in the system so that we can track everything in one place. And then we've also been working closely with finance and the treasurer's office to integrate Yardi into our current financial. So there's it's called Rent Cafe, that when people can pay their rent through the system, either by a Visa card or by their routing number, they can pay right online, and it goes into Yardi, and then we can transport that into units. So we're in that process right now. Liz Woods, who is our controller, she's done this before with this program with the city of Aspen. She supports it. We feel confident. We're just taking it slow right now. This is basically the Yardi Breeze that, of all the properties that are in, it tells us, where it is, how many number of units. You can see Phillips has 40 units. Pickens Park Place has 2 units. Health and Human Services, we even have our nonprofit and our commercial units in here. So we're tracking all of the leases, so we will no longer be tardy in our leases. And then we can renew the leases right here too, and then get those to Jeanette. So it's a really streamlined process for us. So that is my housing idea or presentation of just kind of what we're doing. I just want to make sure you knew the progress that we're making on that. And by the way, this brings us to 70 rental units in our tiny little housing program, and I'm guessing it will stabilize at some point there. The next, is there any questions? Move on. Okay. City of Aspen Jail Trail Project. Some of you may remember that in 2018, the courthouse project was required to replace the storm line under the jail trail, which meant we would have to rip that up and install the new storm line and then cover it again. The grade of the trail is in excess of 12%, and the city and county thought that if we came together, we could combine our projects and decrease the impact on the public by then creating a closer to ADA compliant trail. Their proposed is they can get it down to 7.5, but they can't get it to 7%, which is the ADA. It's really close. It will be like, they will be tying into the county, some of the county infrastructure that we've already done. The board has already approved a $101,000 budget for our portion of this. And I have been in constant contact with the jail commander and the undersheriff and facilities about the design and the impact, safety, all of that, on what the effects might be. As far as lighting, ICE, ADA, there's proposed fencing barrier. I wanted to make sure the sheriff and the jail commander weren't concerned about safety. So basically, this is the cross section. This is Aspen, and we're going down the trail. You can see here that in the green, it kind of creates a little bit of a tunnel here, and that was the comment from the city of Aspen. This is the jail side, and this is the Rio Grande building side where boulders would be. When you get closer to the jail, it's, again, you can see how that opens up, but that there is a tiered planter wall here. And then as you get to the blue, it does open up some. One of the big things here is that they had to add a stair here, but we still have ADA compliant over here, so that's not a concern to us. And then they're putting a fairly significant wall right here. Let me just show that to you. It's a metal barrier for the jail entrance, and then the stairs going down. And you can see that these are those step-down planters. They're also proposing to, where this wall is, all of this wall, they would be putting planting vegetation on the wall to try to soften that up. Again, the city council, they had concerns that they still weren't meeting the 7% requirement for ADA. They didn't like the 8-foot wall, retaining wall. It felt like a dark tunnel to them. And they had asked city staff to go back and verify the costs because it is almost $500,000 for the combined project. So that's kind of that in a nutshell of the jail project, or the jail trail project. And I wanted to make sure you guys had an opportunity to see and ask questions if you want to. I can bring this back, or I can have the city come back and do a presentation once they modify this. I'm open for however we can make sure you're informed.
Okay, comments for Jody? I see Patty's hand.
Yeah, Jody, yeah, I appreciate this. You know, I'm probably one of the commissioners who uses that trail a lot because it's the route from my house to my office. It is steep. I do appreciate the city's concerns about these huge retaining walls and everything to get the grade to ADA compliancy. And it's really expensive. That's not a very long stretch of trail for that much money. So is there any way we can direct people who have disabilities to either the elevator shaft that's right next door, that'll be there with the parking garage, or up through the Obermeyer that has the ramp that comes up to Main Street? I don't know how you can, that's just a lot of money for that little stretch of trail. And the vegetation, there's beautiful roses that already sit there in those planter boxes that'd be ripped out. So I'd like to see if there's some other way we can accommodate the ADA compliancy and in view of the $500,000 for that stretch of trail. But, you know, it's a joint project, so we'll have to see where the city lands on it too.
Yeah, and Patty, I asked them, they are committed to saving those roses and they will be planted over here. So they will save, preserved, and replanted. And I think that the question is out there of, can we just use signage to get them over to the elevator here or on this side? And we can certainly look at that. And my only concern with this project is the county is still committed to fixing the stormwater pipe underground. And if we don't do this, the county is still have to come in and rip up this asphalt and redo it. And I don't know what that will trigger in a review process to make it compliant, unless the city would give us a variance on that.
Okay.
It's a tricky slope.
Well, yeah, literally, it is literally a slippery slope there. And thank you for the roses. You know how I feel about those darn roses, but yeah, I appreciate that effort. So let's just see what we can do that makes a little better sense out of this. Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, if I had my druthers, I would just leave the path just like it is. It's okay to have steep paths, steep trails around. We do live in the mountains. Realizing that's probably not going to happen, but that's how I would do it. To take a step back, I wanted to ask about the south side building. I know that all those commercial buildings on south side had residences in them, and I noticed we had 0 residences in ours. I thought it was going to be used for, some staff member to live there, to be ready for fast response on communications failures.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Jeff Geltz does live in the apartment upstairs.
Okay, so it did say 0 on that last chart you showed on that, so it did say 1 actually.
Yeah, it's probably me still trying to get things updated.
Okay, any other comments for Jody from the board? Greg?
Great, thanks. I share the concerns from Patty and Steve, perspective on the trail. Looking at that wall with the vines growing on it, I assume that would have to be replanted every spring in order to get that growth effect on the concrete wall. And I'm wondering, is there a breakdown in the cost if we have to replace the storm drain? What's the cost of that project? I'd like to have it separated from the cost of the entire trail project, because my guess is it comes in at half or something like that. So I don't want to see this project growing and coming because it is coming out of a stormwater project. I guess I'd just like to see it broken down so we can really look at the discrete elements. Maybe it has been and I just haven't seen it. But thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and real quick, Greg, that's a Virginia creeper and it's a perennial, so it doesn't have to be planted every spring.
It creeps back up every spring? Okay.
Virginia creeper, yep.
Francie, did you have any comment?
Well, I walked that trail yesterday, and I'm 73 years old, and I have kind of a gimpy gait and everything, and like Steve said, it seemed just fine to me. Yep. I wasn't like, oh my God, this is so steep. You just walk down it, so it does seem super expensive for that. It looks really nice. The projections look really nice and everything, but I think it's something we could look at again. Is the money, how much of the money comes from the county and how much from the city?
It's 400 and something from the city and 101,000 from the county.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just offer, if you have to rip it up, I wonder if stairs would serve 2 purposes. One, possibly being cheaper, and two, just visually marking that it's not an ADA accessible trail. And that would be like where the signage would exist to send people to the correct routes, rather than people unsafely trying to use that trail. So just another option to throw on the table.
There's a lot of bicycle use on that section.
Mm-hmm.
And skateboarders.
Okay. I know you have a fourth item here. We're getting to our break before our joint meeting. If we can quickly.
Actually, next month,
next
I will
month, okay.
be giving you an update on the jail safety, upgrades and the programming project. We've broken those into two. The public health design will give you an update on where we're at with that, and or I'll talk with John about, our next steps on that. Again, I think that if we even had an empty shell, it's all furniture. So, that's the beauty of that. The jail trail, if there's any updates or changes on that, and then the health and human services, we are adding a generator, and then, that's it. So, if there's anything you want to hear an update on, in the future, just flip me an email and I'll make sure I add it.
Thanks, Jody. Okay, seeing no additional comment, I will go ahead and conclude our work session, or excuse me, we'll take a break. We'll break our work session here for a half hour, and then we will reconvene at 4 o'clock with the City of Aspen for our joint meeting with the councilors and mayor.
And it's this same link, right, Kelly?
It is the same link, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, see you all at 4 o'clock. I never know where to look. Welcome to a meeting of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners, jointly with City of Aspen City Council here on Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021, and Pickens County is hosting, so I'm happy to greet you all and welcome our colleagues from the City of Aspen to this meeting. And I'll introduce our board quickly. Kelly McNicholas Curry, I'm the current chair. Our vice chair this year is Batty Clapper. We also have Greg Poshman, Steve Child, and our newest commissioner, Francie Jacober. And I'm happy to welcome our city councilors, Mayor Tory, Councilwoman Rachel Richards, Councilwoman Ann Mullins, Councilman Ward Howenstein, and Councilman Skippy Mesereau. So it's nice to see you all. Always great to get together and do some good work together. And, you know, we have a pretty full agenda here. So the first item on our agenda is to discuss short-term rentals. And just to kick it off, I know the city has tackled this issue in terms of business licensing, and the county is looking at doing the same. And so thank you for sharing your expertise and knowledge on how you stood up a successful program. And I don't know if Sarah Ott has any other introductory comments she'd like to make, or if we should turn it right over to staff.
Let's have Philip and Pete jump right in and share with you what we did at the end of last year.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McNicholas Curry, thank you, Sarah, and to the commission and city council members present. Thank you all for your time, this afternoon. My name is Philip Sapino. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Aspen. And joining me in this presentation is Pete Strecker, who is the Finance Director for the city. And I should note right off the top that while the city has done some work on this topic, I do want to control some expectations a little bit, Commissioner McNicholas Curry, that this is a fast-moving industry with consequences for our communities that we don't yet fully understand, and that work is going to be ongoing for us to continue to sort of respond to the industry and how it affects our economy and our communities. So with your permission, I'd like to share a brief presentation, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
We'll make sure, Terry, does he have permissions? Yep, okay, you should be able to do so.
Great, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. So, as I suggested, this is not a new topic. This is not a new industry locally, nationally, or really internationally. The online short-term rental market and the platforms that are used to make those properties available has really, to use the sort of Silicon Valley term, disrupted the lodging industry in the last 10 to 12 years. And they're also fundamentally altering some communities. I think there are some communities maybe that are a little bit smaller than Pickens County and the city of Aspen, and that maybe are a little less experienced in dealing with some of the impacts from destination tourism, who are experiencing the disruption that has come from the short-term rental platforms in a way even more extreme than some of our sister mountain communities might be experiencing it. We as a destination community have been facing these types of impacts for decades. And so in a way, we're uniquely well equipped to be aware of them, to respond to them, and be conscious of the impacts that a new industry like this might have on our community. The industry has evolved, and it will continue to evolve rapidly. And as such, at least it's my view, that communities who are concerned about balancing sort of economic progress, economic success with community character and the needs of our communities will need to continue to adapt our responses as well. So I'll just go over briefly a little bit of what the city has done in the last handful of years, and maybe suggest a couple of things that the city is looking at in the not too distant future on this topic as well. Going back about a decade, the city of Aspen had a policy conversation, a community level policy conversation around the rise at the time of the short-term rental industry as promoted by some of these online platforms. And the proliferation of some of those platforms, Airbnb, VRBO, and HomeAway being the three most prominent of those platforms, really was one of the driving factors in this community and, again, some of our sister mountain communities around the country in wanting to have these policy level discussions. At the time, the city and the community's general feeling about short-term rentals was that private short-term rentals represented a lodging alternative. This actually had the potential to increase the bed base for the community, provide alternative lodging styles and price points than the traditional lodging industry might be able to provide, and was seen generally as a community benefit, which would not necessarily increase the pace and scale of construction or necessarily increase in a significant, measurable way the pace and scale of tourist visitation. And as such, there was no zoning response at the time, so there was no limitation placed on where short-term rentals could be located, as long as it was a privately held residential property, not with a affordable housing deed restriction on it, then one could apply for and obtain a short-term rental permit. The permit price was set at free because it was seen as a way to entice people to apply for and get permits. And in exchange, the city would get contact information for the property managers and property owners, and generally be able to sort of keep tabs on where these types of uses were located. And we had a minimal response with respect to life safety, so things like fire codes and egress egress from buildings, things like that, as well as permitting beyond the sort of one-page form that we had people fill out, again, providing some basic information. And in the intervening 10 years, what was at the time literally a cottage industry has been fully professionalized. And this is in response to the significant monies that can be made from property owners who make their properties available on some of these online platforms. And this has fundamentally altered some of the dynamics in our communities, in the lodging sector of our economy, the service sector of our economy, the real estate sector, and it's driving construction activity in a way that is a little bit different than some of the nature of the construction activity before we saw such an increase in demand for these types of properties, as well as an increase in the revenue that can be realized from people who own these properties. So, you know, as an example, I've heard anecdotally from people in the real estate industry that short-term rental revenue has actually been factored into real estate values. So the idea that one may be able to generate a certain amount of money, as demonstrated over time, real revenue, sort of measured over time, from a certain property, is factored into one's decision to set a price for a piece of real estate and one's decision to meet a price for a piece of real estate. So these are dynamics that I think are very different than 10 to 15 years ago, when this industry was in a little bit of a different place. And those dynamics continue to change. And starting in 2018, the city started to seek more information about some things that were of community interest, specifically tax and permitting compliance, the proliferation of the use within our community. This map sort of generally shows, and this map was generated by our new Muni Revs and Lodging Rev system, which Pete will walk you through in just a moment. But the pace and scale or the proliferation of the use in town is something that maybe wasn't anticipated 10 years ago. And as I suggested, as an industry evolves, as a land use type evolves, so too needs the community response. And so that's the conversation we've really been having for the last couple of years. In addition to tax remittance and permitting compliance, equity between the short-term rental use and market and the traditional lodging sector has been a question that has come up more and more in city policy discussions, as well as neighborhood impacts. And so generally, that is where the city is at this moment. We have put in place a system, which again, Pete will walk you through here in the next couple of slides, that is meant to be a first response to some of the changing dynamics that the community is seeing. Pete, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, thank you, Philip. As Philip mentioned, we did implement this new system. We actually had it up and running near the end of October. We had anticipated actually moving this into use, I guess, around the earlier part of 2020. However, COVID obviously made some changes to our timing. And we felt like that wasn't the best thing to roll out in the time of an economic crisis, and so we delayed that until recently. So as Philip mentioned, there is still a little bit of a learning curve to be able to apply some of the metrics and data we're getting out of the system, but we're very optimistic about some of the opportunities that have kind of been opened up because of this system. You're likely aware that it's roughly 36 or so different levels of local government that already have adopted this same program of lodging revs. Certainly throughout our own valley, but well beyond that on the western slope, all throughout the mountain communities, and even on the Front Range. So everybody seems to come to the same conclusion, I guess, that a lot of us have, that this is a very robust system that can really help us in the compliance aspect. You know, as you can see on this particular slide, we have a table showing that we're getting some additional granular detail on accommodations that we haven't had before, that being kind of separating out the traditional lodging sector from the short-term rental pool and seeing how that industry is really playing a part in the overall lodging revenue that we're receiving. This obviously is a benefit on the tax side, but it's also an evening of the playing field from these types of businesses to the other businesses in town. We want to make sure that everybody's complying if they're going to run and operate a business within our jurisdiction, that they're all doing their part in making sure that they can fund the infrastructure that'll go with some of the demands placed by bringing more people into town. If you could slide to the next. So as Philip also alluded to, you know, we brought on the MuniRev system really to drive discussion around not only tax revenue generation, but just needs of the community and being able to make sound decisions for things like transit, maybe other carrying capacity items as well. And so the system is now, you know, that it's up and running, is providing us with some detail, and I apologize that maybe some of these graphics are small. They're just meant to kind of facilitate the discussion. But in the middle, you can see that there's basically a pie graph, if you will, regarding how compliance has been for the properties that have been identified. And the software scrapes 31 plus different advertisement sites, and it's looking to see if they have gone through our registration process or at least have started it. And in this case, the gray kind of section in that middle graph shows that we have about a quarter that still haven't complied. This is as of point in time. As advertisements are put up on the web, they basically are identified through a scrape process. But if they're also taken down, they're taken out of the count as well. So these things can move in and out as time allows and as people put their properties on the market for rental. But that also, you know, that same graphic shows that we basically have at least half that are in full compliance and another quarter that, you know, we're working through and or have some allowances for why they don't require a licensing in our system. In addition to that, on the graphic on the right, you can see that we're getting detail on the properties and the type of properties that are actually being listed, and whether they're, you know, a condo, if they're a single family home. We actually have a couple there that are listed as rooms, and under our current regulations, those are not allowable uses. For a short-term rental, you can't do a singular room. So this software is going to provide us with the ability to basically go identify what those rooms are and go contact those owners and find out if the listing is just inaccurate or if there's a larger issue with our code going on. We also have some data on the size and the number of bedrooms, which is in that bottom left-hand graphic that you can see on the particular screen. That's just talking about the number of bedrooms per listing. We actually can get the number that they sleep based on the advertisements that they put out there. So it's not just bedrooms, but, you know, how many pillows they basically have. So again, we're still working through the data that we're getting. We're only about 2 months into our actual rollout here. But I believe with some of this data, we will be able to help facilitate, you know, further discussions at the council table and be able to help with neighborhood impacts and things of that nature, as well as tax type collections. That's it.
So as Pete suggested, we're 2 months into the use of the system, and we're still learning some of its bells and whistles and its sort of power to inform the public discussion around the short-term rental industry. One of the things that the city is most focused on in this sort of rollout period is continuing to conduct outreach, and that's outreach to the lodging sector, it's outreach to the professional managers who manage these private short-term rentals, as well as outreach to the community around the way that they're experiencing this industry in their neighborhoods or in their sector of the economy. Our approach to enforcement is evolving as well. Tax compliance and permitting compliance are one aspect to it, but being thoughtful about also our enforcement with respect to some basic life safety needs, which maybe have gone unattended to or underattended to in our current regulatory approach, is something that I think we'll be more and more cognizant of. And all of that will require ongoing work with City Council. We've had suggestions from some of our council members about a desire to have a future conversation about some of the issues that lie outside of the finance department and the zoning department. Conversations around some of the impacts to our neighborhoods, things like traffic and parking and utilities, as well as larger community topics like daily visitation. If our bed base has in fact increased by X amount, what does that mean in terms of the number of daily visitors who are arriving here? And how does that translate into a demand for services? And that's public and private services. These are all things that without the data that we're now getting from our new systems, we would not be able to have an informed discussion of. And so that sort of data-driven approach to policy making will lie at the center of the city's approach to this issue. And we do believe that given some of the shared impacts that this industry creates for properties in the city and the county, that this is an issue that's ripe for collaboration between the city and county going forward. And so with that, that ends our formal presentation. I'll stop sharing my screen, and Pete and I are present to answer any questions that you might like to ask.
Great, thank you. And I will look to both my board and council if they have any comments. Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for the presentation. I'm fascinated by this. I'm amazed to see, I guess my question was originally, how many pillows are there in the STRs? And maybe you have an actual number, but it'd be nice to know. It looks like it's a pretty huge portion of our lodging community at this point. It'd just be interesting to know how many numbers there are. And then also, I guess the big question is, how much outreach has been done with the STR companies, the ones who are gathering data and running these things and going to public meetings all across the country and around the world, because this is an issue that's everywhere. So what are these companies doing to try to solve the problems that all of us are addressing? Because I think they're savvy enough to realize they want to stay in business and they want to perpetuate their industry and provide the service they do. So I'm just wondering how much outreach has been done by the city to these various, VRBOs and Airbnbs. Thanks.
So in terms of outreach locally, we reach out to the lodging sector and have done so as we went through the process with our council regarding the licensing requirements and how we needed to make a few adjustments to our municipal code before we brought this system online. I've actually asked my staff to kind of circle back with our lodging community, see how things have gone now that we've had a couple of cycles of filings go through the new software, just to make sure that we're getting a good pulse on the administrative burdens associated with that. But in terms of the larger players, perhaps like an Airbnb, VRBO, HomeAway, we've had past discussions or at least outreach from those organizations reaching out to us to basically discuss other alternatives than what we initially put into place now to ensure some level of compliance. And they had brought forth varying agreements that they wanted us to consider. In some of those earlier discussions with them, they were not necessarily advantageous to the city. There were not allowances to do any sort of formal audit on those figures. There was no look-back period. There was some concerns with some of those agreements, and so we did not pursue those and elected to do this route. The other important thing to note is, it's the homeowner that's really running the business. It's not Airbnb. Airbnb is an extension as a administrative service for those homeowners. So it is the homeowner's responsibility to pay the tax and remit the tax. And so from that regard, there is less skin in the game from an Airbnb and VRBO with that regard, because they are not on the hook for those payments. And truly that is on the owner's, homeowner's responsibility. So there's some issues there. In terms of pillow count, just to go back to your initial question, I don't have an exact pillow count for you right now. I apologize. I have a total number of units listed right now, which is above 1,000, but that doesn't include the bed counts then and the pillow counts. I'd have to circle back with you on that at a future date.
Thank you.
Commissioner Postman, with respect to some of the issues around community development, zoning, planning, and things like that, Pete's response about the role of the platform relative to the role of the property owner, that's the same dynamic that you get on the planning and zoning side of things. So in communities where they have enacted regulations like limitations on the number of short-term rentals in a zone district, limitations on the number of short-term rentals on a given block or in a whole community, the responsibility is on the property owner to obtain the license and the permitting in order to operate their business, right? And so the response from Airbnb with respect to zoning compliance is, yes, we trust that all of our operators are operating within the laws in the jurisdiction in which the property is located.
Okay, Ward, then Rachel, then Ann.
Yeah, thank you. Pete, a couple of questions for you. We have some figures of the 6.5 million for condos and hotels, or condos and homes. I'm wondering if you can break out how many of those condos or homes are new as STRs. Is there a lot of condo hotel operations like the Gand, Aspen Square, the Alps that are condos? And I'm curious, what percentage of those are new as STRs?
Not prepare a breakdown of that number, so council member, I will have to circle back with you on that. And I cannot definitively say right now whether the groupings like our condo tels that we've defined earlier, Aspen Square or a Gantt or something, is in the traditional number or in the condo home kind of short-term rental category. I can circle back on that. I would just need to look that up.
Okay, and kind of dovetail on Greg's comment. I think that we've seen Airbnb, I think it came before City Council a couple of years ago, wanted to have a policy with the city of Aspen, and I think our position was that we want to have a unified policy with all of the vendors. And one of the a couple of sticking points that I saw with Airbnb was we couldn't get a physical street address of the rentals, and they wanted to pay sales tax and lodging tax on the net rent. Their fees subtracted before they pay, and we want the rents to be paid on the gross rental.
Thank you, Ward.
That's the extent of my comments.
Thank you. Rachel?
Yeah. Am I on? You guys can hear me?
We can.
Every time we're on a different platform, the buttons are different. Thank you. It's great to see everybody, and congratulations, Kelly, on becoming the chair, and Francine, and new members and re-elected members. Haven't seen you since the early part of January. A couple of real thoughts here. When I was on the county commission and listening to other county commissioners dealing with this, it was all kind of focused on the 4 Ps of, parking, parties, whether septic systems could handle the number of people that were being booked into these places when they were on wastewater treatment systems like that, and pets and things like that. So it was more about neighborhood integrity and concerns. But I think it's really grown now as people see it really changing the affordability of any sort of workforce housing within a community, the competition literally between people paying residential property taxes, even though they're running a commercial operation, and the small commercial bed and breakfast right across the street paying commercial property taxes. And so it's really kind of upset a lot of different apple carts. I think this was a really important first move to be able to really understand the magnitude of community change and community needs beyond the revenue issues. You know, what's really become apparent to me is that short-term rentals have created a new employee housing demand of very significant proportions. And literally every single family home or free-market condo has the potential now to be an employment generator. And in the past, the county's Nexus study on employee housing mitigation was based on house size, and that, you know, above 5,000 square foot starts to generate more employees than below 5,000 square feet. I don't think that's the case now. And when you take a look at some of the rental rates and the average bed count, they're 2 bedrooms. So I think we've seen the society and the disruption essentially create an entirely new affordable housing demand for us that we don't have in our projections for need or 60% or how to appropriately mitigate going forward. So there's that, and it may be something to look at what the city has done, where they have eliminated or reducing over time the credit that a property owner would get for demolition and then reconstruction. That demolition no longer gives them 100% credit for all the previous employees. And it's a way to catch up on past unmitigated growth, and we might have to look at that when we come to some of the massive amount of remodels and rebuilds that are happening. 2 other thoughts here. I think that it really changes and will need for all of us to reevaluate our growth management quota system in terms of growth allowed for lodge beds. And I've been around long enough and did that advertising distribution to be able to have charted every small lodge we lost, the old bed base we lost from the Pomegranate Inn to, you know, everything. And that was always the rallying cry of why we need new growth, new hotels, more beds. But we really don't even fully know how many beds have been created, which I would imagine, looking at the chart so far, have more than compensated for all the lodging that was ever turned into affordable housing or free market homes. And so I think as a town and community that's always been focused on balanced growth, this is something really new we have to take into account. But how many new commercial hotels do we need when we have this much private short-term rental activity happening year-round? And then the final comment I would make is I think there's a point at which maybe it's not there yet, but the momentum will eventually grow, where there need to be some legislative fixes to this. Again, it's absolutely unfair that a little chalet liesel, small lodge in operation forever, is paying commercial property taxes at a rate that's 4 to 5 times higher than a residential property, and then the home or the condo directly across the street is only paying residential property taxes, and it's an unfair competition because they're running a small lodge type of bed and breakfast operation out of those condos and free market homes. Now, I'd be the first to say you need some real guardrails around this. This is the way that some locals pay for their summer vacation by renting their place out, or pay for college by renting the room while they're gone. But, you know, if you create some reasonable standards, if it's rented more than X many days a year, something similar to the IRS when they decide how to value your second home. Is it rental vacation property or is it a second home? But I think that is going to need to be looked at very seriously, or we will lose any remaining small lodges we have and, you know, see that type of further disruption of traditional lodging bases. And I do also think that, again, if you go just back to property tax, forgetting the sales tax collections, the property taxes of residential homes is really not carrying the type of demands for services that a residential home would have. A short-term accommodation requires clearly different services from police, from our transportation systems, from all sorts of things, and many of those type of activities and services are supported by the general fund, and that's supported by property tax. So I think we have a lot of things to look at, and this is really the very first step of getting a grip on this changing dynamic for resort communities. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you letting me go there.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Anne, then Francie, then Steve.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Kelly. And nice to see everybody. I can't wait till we can see each other in person. So I think it's a while longer. I'm so glad you're looking at this. I think this is a really important move that the city's made. And Philip, just, that was great. I haven't heard it put in context like that before, that we've gone from 10 years ago, kind of a mom and pop thing that wasn't bringing in a bunch of revenue to really big business. And that's a segue into the next comment, where we have been criticized as putting this forward as another kind of money maker, and it's not. The three goals in this are, first, health and safety, so we can do some type of uniform regulation with all these rooms, all the beds that are being rented out. Equity for whether it's Airbnbs or the chalet leasehold, as Rachel mentioned, and also to get the rental data about what our bed base is. You know, a few years ago, there was great debate where we needed more beds. Now we really don't know, except Pete's doing a great job getting us there, how many beds we actually have in town. So this will help us. The other thing, it may inform us as additional regulations that we may need, where again, right now we're kind of in the dark. And one thing, again, Rachel alluded to was every Airbnb short-term rental that goes out there, it's eliminating a unit from the affordable housing program, while at the same time probably generating more employees in town. So you've got a double whammy there. So we need this information to help us kind of figure out what the challenge is here and start coming up with some answers to the problem. So I'm so glad you're taking a look at this today. Thanks.
Thank you. Francie, then Steve.
Thank you, Kelly. I just have a quick clarification question. So you don't have, at this point in Aspen, any restriction on how many days a unit can be rented per year, like in Boulder, where you have to live there 6 months of the year in order to qualify for offering short-term rentals? You haven't done any kind of regulation like that. Is that correct, Philip?
We have regulations about what constitutes a short and long-term occupancy of a residence. So anything less than 30 days of continuous occupancy, or 90 days in a calendar year, is considered a short-term use of a residential property. And anything longer than that is considered long-term. And there's an interesting tie-in to the lodging tax here, insofar as if somebody were to post one of these properties on a platform for rent, say for the entire summer, for a 3-month period of time. By my read of the regulations, they may not have to remit lodger's tax because it's considered a long-term occupancy of the property. And if I'm getting over my skis here, Pete, chime in. But that's my understanding. So we haven't.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, please continue.
What I meant was, do the owners of the property have to be in residence for any particular amount of time?
No, we do not have any occupancy residence that relates to short-term rental regulations. No.
So somebody can buy a residential house and rent it out to different people all year? So
Yes, and as a matter of fact, I'm sort of anecdotally aware of private companies, right, sort of LLCs or private equity firms that are in the business of purchasing high-value residential property not for the purposes of occupancy in any way, but that they hold the property because it appreciates value over time, and they have the revenue stream associated with the short-term rental. And so there's really not a person or a family who's really associated with the property. It's owned by a company for the purposes of short-term rental.
That's definitely a culture changer. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Francie. Steve?
Thank you. The county, we really worked hard to get some state legislation which would even allow counties to license and tax short-term rentals, and that legislation was finally passed by the state, specific only to short-term rentals, not to general business licenses. But at least it's a start. It gives us a tool that the cities have had for a long time to address these issues. So right now we're just trying to get a handle on how many short-term rentals are out there in the county, and coming up with regulation for licensure and taxation of it. So we are very new to the game. We really appreciate all the insights that we're gaining from all of you today. Some of the counties are looking at the issue of the property tax. Their solution to it is to convert the taxation of the lodges and hotels to residential, because in Steamboat Springs they had big hotel condos that were basically becoming residential, and they protested being taxed at the commercial rate. So that, for Routt County, that is really their proposal to make it equal between the lodges and the short-term rentals. So that's sort of a reverse take on, I mean, all of us, I think, would rather tax the residential property as commercial if it's being used as short-term rental. So that's an interesting twist on it. A question about your system. About a quarter of your units are in non-compliance right now. What steps are you taking to bring them into compliance? Do you have any sort of punitive measures in effect to try to bring them into compliance, or do you have a carrot approach to entice them to come into compliance? Thank you.
Yes, that's a great question. So with this being in its infancy, we were certainly allowing a little grace period to try to get folks to comply. And so my team has been doing outreach. We did a lot of mailings early on. Obviously, we reached out to the lodging community before we implemented the system or turned the system on. But we have already started mailings for folks. The nice thing about this system is it will go out and identify the listed properties on the sites. It matches those against the download of the county detail on the property tax information that we have, and it matches up addresses based on kind of an image search on the internet. And so it is able to locate who the property owner is in most cases. And so then we do send out an automated emailing and paper mail to basically get a hold of those folks and say you need to come into compliance. And we've already done a cycle of mailings on that, and my team's actually coming in on the remaining quarter and actually doing another mailing again tomorrow. But as we move away from time zero, we start to get a little bit more suggestive in the language about, there's a requirement to comply here. And so, with any business that tends to operate within city limits that does not have a business license, we have some legal authority to be able to go out and start summoning folks and bringing them into compliance through other means. But right now we are taking the little bit of the softer approach over the first couple of passes, and then we'll go down that path if we need to. We've already had a couple of mailings go out to some folks and say, hey, we've seen your site list, your property listed, and they've come back and said, no, that's not the case. And This system actually documents and keeps a historical record of all the listings and where it's listed and posted. It takes screenshots and files them away. And we're able to prove that back to the individual. And in a couple of cases already, we've had them say, you're right, I need to comply. And they've come full circle. So it's a process, but it's working.
Okay, I do want to know, I'd like to try and wrap this conversation up in about 5 minutes if we can, because I think the drought conversation will probably take as much time, and then a few more minor agenda items. So Skippy and then Patty.
Thank you, Kelly. Congrats on the new role, and nice to see everybody else in 2021. Pete, Philip, thank you. It's awesome to start to see this stuff roll in. Just to see data, to know there's 25 clients out there, like these are real awesome things that we can work on. I guess just sort of the request I have for information over the coming year as we look at this relates to what has been talked about, right? Space is scarce, and so we're looking at changing uses between long-term, short-term, lodges, et cetera. And it's not actually the static picture of what's happening now that's most interesting. What's most interesting is the displacement of use from past conditions and predicting what future use would supplant existing use if we took a regulatory approach, right? So there's an instance in which if we were to ban STRs tomorrow, outright, right, to take the extreme example, if that yielded us 3,000 local year-round bedrooms, that might be something we really want to do. If it turns out that if we ban them tomorrow, nobody decided to rent them long-term, and instead we had 2,000 units sit empty for 11 months a year rather than being affordable lodging based, that's a really bad outcome. Right, and so I think it's going to be very interesting to try to identify what owners would do in a different regulatory environment and look back to see what changed. And I don't know how we get at that. It would take some creative fact finding. Ward gave a great example of a simple sort of blunt force instrument, which is let's categorize all the condo hotels as A and assume that those were not long-term rentals or first homes previous. But we could get more creative, right? I mean, we could look at, for instance, previous utility use. Before this new owner, was the water running all the time or not, right? So there's a variety of ways to get at it, but I think those relative questions are where the real gold is going to be in determining what our next action should be in response to current conditions.
Thanks, Skippy. Patty?
Yeah, I'll be really quick, Kelly, because I know we need to move on. But I just want to thank the city. This is great information. I'm sure the city's aware the county is just kind of opening. Well, we've been, as Rachel said, we've been trying to open this door for a long time. But we've been receiving a lot of comments from our constituencies. But I think as we move forward, it's going to be a great learning experience for both the city and the county. We need to bring Snowmass Village in because they also have an issue with short-term rentals. So I look forward to moving it forward with a really broad public discussion and a sharing of information between all the jurisdictions within the county. So again, thanks to the city this was great information. I really appreciate your taking the time to share it with us.
Thanks, Patty. And I do have just, I think, a couple of fact-based questions, just information content questions. If I'll rattle them off quickly and hopefully there's quick answers. I guess I'm wondering, how much staff do you require to support this program? How did you resolve the issue with property owners who manage multiple properties? Is the license based on the property or through the owner? And then what are the requirements to get a permit?
So your first two questions, in terms of staff, I have two auditors plus a sales tax technician, all of which are kind of engaged in this process right now. And that's, again, because of ramping up licensing on a number of new businesses basically in the community has required a lot Philip has his own team as well that is reviewing for the short-term rental compliance side of things, and so there's additional staff there. So right now, it's a heavy lift. I won't sugarcoat that, and I think Philip will agree with me there. We're hoping over time, as there's just renewals of existing business licenses for these types of industry folk, that it'll be a little bit less and things are a lot more automated. The systems are automated, so it does help in some regards. In terms of a individual owner managing or owning multiple properties, the business license requirement is per property, per location, which is a requirement for all of our businesses. And so they need a unique business license for each, but they can do bulk filing in our system. So in other words, that single property owner can basically have a spreadsheet upload that will identify his 5 units, 10 units, 100 units, whatever the case may be, and push a single file into the system to file for those. And so that has, in our opinion, drastically reduced kind of that administrative burden of that effort. And I don't recall the third question.
Oh, the requirements to get a permit.
I'm going to punt to Philip.
Thank you, Pete. So yes, Pete's correct. We have an additional partial FTE on the zoning staff who reviews these permits, and the permit contents at this point are very light. It is the name of the property owner, which in most cases is an LLC. It is a human being who needs to be the point of contact within Pitkin County or the Roaring Fork Valley with a telephone number and an email address who can be contacted should there be a problem with the property in some way. The address of the property in question, including a unit number if it's a condominiumized building, and that's it. And looking forward, the contents of a short-term rental permit, which might be a little more robust, might start to include some assurances around life safety. So are there fire extinguishers in the building? Are they meeting minimum egress requirements? Things like that.
Okay.
And if I may follow up on that, I do believe some of that language is already there in terms of the requirements for health, life, safety. I think there may be a reference to noise ordinance and everything in the actual application that they are basically signing off on and saying that we acknowledge that these are requirements through this process. So that wasn't lost as part of this online tool, that we've incorporated that into our questionnaire, and they have to basically physically check a box and make an active decision that they agree to those terms.
Okay, thank you. Greg, I'd like to move us along if that's okay. Can we resolve your question by email?
I just have several questions based on this conversation. I can certainly submit those, and I just want to make sure that this is really a great thing, and I want to make sure we continue the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Philip and Pete. Lovely to see you guys, and I really appreciate all of your information. And so moving us along, we're going to do a drought conditions update. And I think we're going to tee up some maybe wildfire mitigation discussion as well. But let's go ahead and, yeah, Sarah, can you introduce your staff? She's with us. Who do we have? Tyler Kristoff and Steve Hunter? I'll just take it on.
Yes, good
Okay.
evening.
Hi there.
May I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Can everybody see first slide that says drought update winter?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for having us tonight. I'm Tyler Kristoff, the Director of Utilities for the City of Aspen. I'm joined tonight by Steve Hunter, our Utilities Resource Manager. And as you mentioned, we're here tonight to give a status update on current drought conditions. We didn't plan on talking about wildfire, but we're happy to answer any questions that you may have on that subject as well. We'll give it our best shot. So I'm going to jump right in. As you know, water is fundamental to our community's social, economic, and environmental health. And specifically, drought conditions have impacts on our forest health, recreational opportunities, river health, agriculture, public water systems, and even hydroelectric production. Aspen and Pickens County need water to remain vibrant communities. As staff monitors this important resource, we use this data to make decisions about water use and provide the community information about those decisions to use this resource in a conscientious way. So recently, Council has taken a few distinct steps to create awareness and promote conservation within the community. On July 14th, Council took additional steps to enhance our water-efficient landscape standards. This program creates more sustainable landscapes and infrastructure within our community. On the same day, based on local water conditions, we elected to institute a Stage 1 water shortage declaration. This created a mandatory reduction of 10% for public facilities and a voluntary restrictions on outdoor water use for the rest of the community. As conditions deteriorated, we pushed to finalize our work on our drought response plan, which is a foundational document outlining our approach to current and future droughts. This was formally adopted on July 28th. Again, recognizing that conditions were continuing to decline, we moved to a Stage 2 water shortage declaration, which was approved by City Council on August 25th, with restrictions going into place September 1st. This declaration created mandatory restrictions and targeted a 15 to 20% reduction in the community water use. We've purposely left this declaration in place as conditions have not improved since September, and we intend to continue to monitor indicators like soil moisture, stream flows, snowpack, snow water equivalent, and forecast conditions before coming back to City Council with recommendations to either continue with Stage 2, reduce restrictions, or escalate restrictions to a third stage. So with that, I'd like to hand it off to Steve Hunter to give you an update on current drought conditions and look at the longer range forecasts in the area.
Thanks, Tyler. Good seeing everybody. Thanks for your time tonight. So as most of you have seen, this is the U.S. Drought Monitor for the state of Colorado. The take-home message here is 100% of the state of Colorado is in some category of drought, from moderate drought to exceptional drought. 25% of the state is an exceptional D4 drought, and much of this, as you can see in the darker shades, is on the western slope of Colorado. Pickens County, there's a little white star there. That's approximately where Aspen is, in the center of Pickens County. The county's about 50% in extreme drought and 50% in exceptional drought. On the western side of the county, you're in exceptional drought, D4 at about 47%, and the eastern portion of the county is an extreme drought, about 53%. For this date and time, just to kind of give you some reference, for this date and time, we're actually experiencing worse conditions than some of our previous droughts in the area, including 2018, 2012, and 2002. So this is a product from the Natural Resources Conservation Service, NRCS. It's a graph of snow water equivalent, or SWE as we refer to it in the water business. And it's a tool to help us monitor what's actually in the snowpack as far as measurable water that we expect to see in the spring runoff. This is from the Colorado River Basin. The Roaring Fork Basin looks almost identical to this graph. You can see the little red circle there. That's showing the current water year, 2021, with a snow water equivalent of 7 inches. We should be about 9.5 inches for this date and time, so we're south about 2.5 inches, and that's the same for the Roaring Fork Basin. We are 74% of median, and we're actually 67% of last year. And if you remember last year, we actually had an average snowpack, but then it kind of fell off pretty quick, melted out early. We didn't have any monsoons. We had very little precipitation. So we're following this. The red line highlighted is the median, which is kind of what we gauge it on. So like I mentioned earlier, 7% snow water equivalent. We should be closer to 10 for this time of year. So going on to stream flows, once again, Pickens County in the red circle. And the colors that are red, maroon, or orange are stream flow conditions that are below normal, much below normal, or extremely low. And as you can see, most of the western slope, including Aspen and our local rivers, including the Roaring Fork, Frying Pan, Crystal, and the Colorado, are well below their average stream flow for this time of year. So this is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA's three-month precipitation and temperature outlooks. So that's for the months of February, March, and April. They also have one that goes out to May, and they look very similar to these graphs you're looking right now. So the graph on the left, or the graphic on the left, is temperature outlook for those months. And what it's showing is that we have a 40 to 50% probability of increased temperatures during that time frame. The graphic on the right is precipitation, and for the same 3-month time frame, we have a 30 to 40% probability of a decreased precipitation over that time period. We also are currently experiencing a moderate La Nina, which can be hit or miss for the Roaring Fork Valley. We're kind of on the transition between a La Nina generally gives more precipitation to the northern Rockies, less to the southern Rockies. Aspen and the Roaring Fork Valley is on that transition area, but we're taking a little hit from La Nina this year for sure. And those are supposed to ease up in the spring and go back to neutral conditions. Though I will have to say on a plus side, Punxsutawney Phil today, so we have 6 more weeks of winter. So the state of Colorado, in conclusion, the state of Colorado activated its municipal drought response plan for the second time in its history. They did activate the agricultural portion of that plan this past summer due to extreme drought conditions. And we believe at the utility and the water department that our current actions are in line with the state and regional guidance and response strategies, and look to have a cohesive message moving forward for both residents and visitors to Aspen and Pickens County. And with that, I'll pass it on back to Tyler.
Thanks, Steve. Just wanted to say that we really appreciate the opportunity to provide this update tonight. Unfortunately, if conditions continue, we're likely going to be a common agenda as we move into the spring. So just wanted to kind of outline our intended actions. So we're going to continue, as I mentioned, with stage 2 water shortage declaration and the associated restrictions, surcharges, et cetera. We're going to stand up our drought response task force made up of different city staff and different departments. We will continue to monitor the key indicators such as snowpack, stream flow, soil moisture, and forecast data. As Steve mentioned, there's not kind of one silver bullet that tells the story, so we monitor the whole gamut. And we're going to follow our guidance from the adopted drought response plan and continue and enhance our public outreach using our utility bill inserts, social media, press releases, community engagement forums, et cetera. And we'll be back in touch, informing and requesting additional council action as it's appropriate. Typically, in a non-drought year, we check back in with council about water conditions around peak snowpack, so mid-April. I intend to create more frequent check-ins based on the status of current conditions. But with that, we're here at your pleasure to answer any questions you might have on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look to, oh, sorry, it looks like John Peacock, would you like to add something before we go to our board questions?
Yeah, no, I was just going to add that we made the decision that there probably would not be time for a wildfire update, and we'd do that in the spring as we got closer to knowing what our summer is going to look like.
Thank you. Okay, I'll look to the boards for questions for Tyler or Steve. Patty?
A really quick question for both of you gentlemen. When is it going to snow?
I think tomorrow.
Okay, because I'm flying on Friday, so it'll definitely snow then. I just want you to know that. We really need the moisture, so anything we can do will be helpful. Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And then Steve, I'm sorry, I think I skipped over you. Steve and then Rachel, please.
Yeah, I'm not used to this hand-raising function yet. You probably don't see it yet. The city has had a citizen input process on your long-range water plans, I think is what it was. Could you give us a real quick synopsis of that and what results you maybe have from that?
Sure. I'll give it a shot, and Steve, jump in if I miss anything. So, as you likely know, the city of Aspen is undertaking a 50-year planning process. We call it integrated resource planning, kind of looking holistically at our water system. We have hosted 2 public outreach meetings and a number of other kind of internal meetings on the subject to gather community feedback on different considerations that we should look at both on the supply and demand side. What functions in the community are really important to have water provided under any circumstance, and where there might be supply opportunities. We're trying to leverage the collective knowledge in this community to inform our plan moving forward and really make a plan that reflects the community's values. So our next outreach is in mid-March. I believe we're trying to set the date right now. And we have a webpage, I believe, on our community voice or our community listens, which is linked off the city's main page, which allows people to comment on the plan, look at any material we've produced to date, and even review past presentations to the public.
Okay, Rachel and then Greg, please.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. Just a few comments here, and thank you, Steve and Tyler, for your presentation. No one wants to get too paranoid about these things, but there's a lot of reality behind it, and perhaps even more so than that presentation brings forward. I've learned in past meetings that one of the real concerns that water managers have in Colorado is there's very limited SNOTEL water measuring systems in more of the mid-altitude and lower ranges. And so while we get these SNOTEL reports that, aren't looking good, they're from the high altitude, snowpack. And so much of our runoff is also dependent on that mid-range and lower valley type of snowpack or moisture content. And it's just not there this year. And that's something I know that River District and others have wanted to start getting more moisture monitors around. We do have some, thankfully, through the county up there on, not the Drosty property, Sky Mountain Park, but that should tell us a little bit about what the vegetation and what it's going to mean for things like bears and whether bears are going to be coming down to eat because they're going to have failed crops. So that would paint an even worse picture. The other thing is listening to some of the River District's feedback. They're saying, hey, you could have some really great snows, hopefully in the next 2 months, but the soil is so parched and depleted that it's not going to make it to the rivers. It's going to be absorbed by the soil at the very least. And I've seen years before too where you get the sublimation where it doesn't even get in the soils; it just kind of turns into mist and evaporates off. So we're going to, even with some good snow, be facing a really challenging time on our water use and municipal supplies this year. The last thing, really, and this is interesting because I know it was discussed again at the county level when we talked about water management, is more Michael Owsley saying, well, all those ponds out there that people have for water features in their lawns and so on and so forth, they're kind of a form of water storage. I just was reading where in the Arkansas River Basin, their district engineer is now going after all unpermitted ponds that they do not have augmentation for, they cannot be draining from the river, they don't have water rights to. I think we're probably going to find out we have a lot of those in the Roaring Fork Valley as well. And you just can't take that water if you don't have a water right. And it's something that I think really needs to be looked at in terms of whether we do permit future water features on properties when we need to keep the trout breathing cold water. So thanks a lot. I really appreciate Stephen and Tyler's interest, and I also appreciate that it might be too early to talk about fire mitigation, but I do recall a lot of neighborhoods were offered some help and said, nah, we don't think we really need to. We like our scrub oak. And if you look at what just happened this last fire season, I think more people will be taking up those offers, and we need to really make some resources available so we don't have a Lake Christine coming down Smuggler Mountain. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Greg?
I think Rachel just hit all the points I was going to hit. My question really was, when John mentioned the fire mitigation plan, that's what popped up. And if we can provide biomass moisture content data on a more regular basis, certainly in the neighborhoods and in the areas where it's critical, and I know the fire district is interested in this as well, of course, through moisture monitoring, and use that with some funding. I think we're going to need it to help drive these fire mitigation programs. And I don't think it's too early to talk about it, because if you're going to plan on doing some cutting on your property, you have to kind of start in advance and get things lined up. And it's nice to cut before the leaves come out in some cases, or after the leaves go before the winter, because it really makes it possible to see what you're doing. So that was my thing, is let's use this and move this toward a solid fire mitigation program, because I too am very worried. I live in Brush Creek, aptly named brush-choked hillsides here, and I've been slowly pushing the perimeter away from the property or from the house. But it's so many more people need to do that for us all to be safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Any other questions for Tyler or Steve? I do have one. I want to understand, I guess. So my understanding is that stage 2 restrictions were pretty historic here. Correct me if I'm wrong. And, I don't think that necessarily shocked people, that we've only done this one other time. And here we are for 6 months. And I'm wondering, what does stage 3 look like?
Yeah, that's a great question. So to go back to your stage 2 statement, I believe stage 2 has been instituted. This may be either the second or third time ever. And so you're absolutely right. It is kind of a historic event. Stage 3 would be targeted reductions in the 25 to 30% range. We would up enforcement. There would be limited watering of outside landscape. There would be, just like in stage 2, no washing of sidewalks or other outside features. I believe there's no filling of swimming pools, different things to that level. And then the surcharges on the 3rd and 4th tiers of water use. So our customers are billed on a tiered rate structure. So tiers 1 and 2 are typical of an average water user, and then more aggressive water users would trigger rates that escalate in tiers 3 and 4. So tiers 3 and 4 would have multipliers potentially doubling or tripling where they sit today. And really those are based on our drought response plan. There's kind of a menu of options that we would go through and recommend to City Council to adopt if we needed to go to stage 3.
And Tyler, does that rate structure, have you seen in stage 2, gains, water savings from that?
So obviously our population is very diverse, and some of our customers react very positively to a disincentive like that. So we, in a certain portion of our customers, yes, we see great response with that typical disincentive. There is a customer group within our community that financial disincentives really are meaningless to them. And so we have to start using other methods, contacting them directly, letting them know kind of the implications of high water use. And we try to do that in an informative way, and generally we get a positive response, but it is quite labor intensive.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Tyler or Steve? Steve.
This is Steve Kelly. I just wanted to mention, just to answer Rachel and Greg's kind of concerns and questions. I agree with you 100%, you guys. I just wanted to let you know that the city's currently working with the NRCS. In fact, I talked to them today. So we're going to be we're working on siting a new snowtail site in the Castle or Maroon Creek Valley, as well as a snowtail light site somewhere that will complement that snowtail site. So that's in the works. The city is also, because you hit the nail on the head there, Rachel, those sites don't capture a lot of that lower elevation snowpack, and they certainly don't capture that upper elevation snowpack, basically from 10,500 feet to 14,000. But the city, I'm involved with the Colorado Airborne Snow Observatory Program, which you may or may not have heard of. The river district's involved, Eagle River, Sand, Denver Water, Pueblo. We're all looking at this to capture that SWE from airborne LIDAR, to capture that big group of snow bands above 10,500, which is the high end of snowtail sites.
And I would just add, we were able to participate in kind of the front running of that program when NASA was doing it. I guess that was 2 years ago, and the results were really remarkable. They give a really accurate snapshot of snow water equivalent and snow depth, which is great indicators for our water year, or at least part of our water year.
And I believe RWAPA is part of that. Anne, go ahead.
You're right, Kelly. That is. WAPA is part of that program. Tyler, is stage 2 or stage 3, what about water features and then the ponds that Rachel mentioned? When do the water features get turned off, and are we going after the property owners that are filling up their ponds without water rights?
Yeah, so two things there. Outdoor water features and pools and ponds would be restricted under, refilling would be restricted under stage 2 even. Those features, we typically don't, permit features like that very readily. Obviously, there are some in town that rely on raw water, and there's probably a few that are leftovers from potable use as well. In terms of the ponds being filled without water rights or out of priority, that's something that the Division 5 water referee has been undertaking over the last couple of years, and we've even assisted, because we have a close working relationship with that state staff, to provide access to properties or tell them what we know. And so generally, well, it's not making the news the same way as it is across the divide. That same thing is happening in Division 5. Maybe not quite as aggressively or with a unified plan, but it's happening.
Okay, thanks, Tyler.
Okay, thank you. We're all hoping for more snow. So we'll wrap up this topic. Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Tyler. Appreciate your time with us. And we'll move on to the next one, which is our Airport Advisory Committee structure. And we'll ask county staff. John, you want to introduce staff?
Sure. We're going to have Rich Engelhardt, who's our Deputy County Manager and also our Interim Airport Director at the moment, talk about this. But this is really following up on one of the recommendations that has come out of the ASE visioning process, and that is to create an advisory board for the airport for the Board of County Commissioners and the airport director to work with. And so The board has been considering a proposal that Rich has brought forward and some options. So we were just going to give you some information on that today and get some feedback. And with that, Rich, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, John. Commissioners, council members, it's good to see you all. Thank you for the opportunity. You know, Skippy, I see you walking while you're doing that, and I just got through eating the Reese's, and I feel really guilty. But anyways, just this past week we had brought to the board in a work session framework on some bylaws with a lot of options that were included. And as John mentioned, one of the things that happened whenever the board adopted was a resolution 105/2020. It essentially thanked the visioning committee and all the work, and I know that Tori, Ward, you guys spent a lot of time with us during that period of time, as well as all of you. I'm sure you were tracking it, but it ended that participation and then asked the board to go ahead and set up an advisory board. So based on some of the criteria we've used for our past boards and then taken the liberty of setting this up as new, since I don't think we've ever had one up here. We have set out kind of some framework, but one of the discussions is the makeup of the individuals on that. And we continue to want to have the participation from not only the city of Aspen, but Snowmass Village and the town of Basalt, since the membership was made up down the valley on the ASC Visioning Group. So we thought a way of continuing that relationship, continuing that communication, it would be good to have some kind of ex officio representation on that board. Our county commissioners talked about the different aspects of it, whether it's an elected official or whether it's simply just representation that the different municipalities could put forward for participation. And I think that's kind of where we've landed, is just some form of representation, because the topics may change. You may want to interchange different aspects to it. There could be certain staff on the tourism side that may be appropriate for what's happening. But so we've kind of written it to leave it open-ended, so to speak, that there would be some representation there. The board is looking at, again, it being ex officio, and they're still determining the amount or the numbers of individuals on the board. I think we were between 5 and 9, and I think 9 is the most that our previous boards, I think our charter even calls for. So, but with that, I think, Kelly, we just wanted to open it up, just get a little bit of feedback. We're in the early stages, like I mentioned, so that's kind of where we're at with it right now.
Sure, so I'll turn it over to boards, and I guess our board is sort of seeking city council's input on any reactions to how we're talking about composing that board and any interest from the city in participating or designating participation, or, you know, if that application should be just open to the members of the public. So yeah, we're kind of had our first conversation, and since we were teed up to talk with you, would love your input given the interest in the airport. Tori, and then Steve.
Thanks so much, and thanks for the topic on today's agenda. Definite interest. I think that our council should probably have a discussion about what we think that appointee should look like and who that should be from our community. So we'll have that separately, I think. I think several of us are probably interested personally, but I think we come to a good decision about what a proper representative would be for us. What is the charge of the advisory committee? You know, coming out of the talks at the Vision Committee and then at the commissioners table, I guess there's still a lot of things that are going on as still try to resolve some of the aims and goals for the airport. And one, I guess, is what I'm referring to is I think there's an effort to reach out to the airlines or something about negotiating on what planes and large planes or small. What is the advisory committee doing, and what is the state of where what was approved at the commissioners table to move forward?
you want that, John, or do you want me to take that?
Well, Rich, why don't you go over the purpose of the advisory committee? There's probably a couple separate questions in there, and then we can dig in a little bit.
Yeah, and I can, thank you for the question, Tori. We've got it broken kind of into their principal roles and then the functions of the board itself, but if I might just read what the principal role is to give you a kind of a flavor. The principal of the role of the board is to provide the Board of County Commissioners with options and recommendations based on unique experiences of individual board members and a collective understanding and opinion of what may be in the best interest of the users and service providers for the airport. They're looking for opinions and recommendations that the BOCC would utilize in forming policy, positions, legislative, program development, and implementation of that resolution of the 105/2020 and other actions as deemed necessary. So really, generally, it's all-encompassing, Tori, specifically to where we're at. Currently, we have not set those dates to have those negotiations yet due to COVID, quite honestly. Our desire is to try to get face-to-face and actually bring them here so they can see the airport, see how unique it is. There was also a changeover in administration, as you know, with the vote here just recently. So they're trying to settle into their new directives as well that's coming out of DC. So our hope is to bring them here. The role that this board may play, again, is just going to be it's a sounding board. They're going to give us advice. If we need to set up subcommittees like we did whenever we went through the ASA visioning process, we would reach out and set those up underneath that board. If we needed to tackle tough issues, which there's plenty out there, they would be a working group that eventually is going to bring their information to the BOCC. But the BOCC is the ultimate decision maker.
John Peacock?
Yeah, Tori, did that answer kind of your question as far as, okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much enough. I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate the county taking its time with this, project that's going to have impacts on our whole valley, really. And, I'm a supporter of the redevelopment of the airport, and I just want to make sure that we're moving forward with an eye on some of those negative impacts, whether it be environmental or, community and character and experience and quality of life. So, so far so good, and I really appreciate the county commissioners and their take and their deliberations that they took on it. So I look forward to the process moving forward, and I just appreciate so much that it's an inclusive process and continue to look to be included. So thank you so much, you guys.
Okay, I'll look Steve and then Ward, Rachel, and Greg.
Yeah, and I remember a comment that you made, Tori, some months ago, kind of wishful that the city of Aspen would be included as a full partner with the county as managing the airport. And I think our makeup of the Airport Advisory Board is kind of a response to that kind of thinking to, have the city involved in the discussions by the Airport Advisory Committee. Some other people have also said, well, let's make an airport authority, which would be a autonomous group who would make the decisions separate from the commissioners. Who knows what comes in the future, but I think first step for us is to set up the Airport Advisory Committee, which is like many of our other advisory committees that both of us have to make recommendations to our boards on various topics. So I think this is a first step for us. Maybe it will be the final step, but we for sure wanted the city of Aspen to have some sort of a seat at the table on, making these important decisions.
Okay, Ward?
Yeah, thank you, Rich and Steve. Tori, the city of Aspen, the airport, and the county are really inextricably linked, and so it's, I think, really vitally important that the city of Aspen has as much of a participation in this committee as possible, and because our future depends on the airport and how we proceed with its improvements, the types of planes that come in, and as it affects the tourist industry, everything. So yes, I strongly support the city's participation, and thank you for thinking of us and inviting us.
Thanks, Ward. Rachel and then Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I will echo Ward's comments and Tori's as well. I appreciate the outreach and realize how challenging a process it is when you're looking at critical infrastructure for a community that has impacts for good or for ill, depending on how it's managed. So I really appreciate that. I guess, outside of the elected bodies that you're hoping to have on the board, are you looking to geographic representation throughout the county or quote, business sectors? Or I guess that might be a way to go about it, but I'm kind of wondering, how do you hope to find impartial members to serve? We've all seen the ads by the Nothing Should Change at the Airport group and others who are very concerned about the business relationship with the tourism economy. Again, how do you get people who are kind of not already bought in on the sides of this issue to serve on your board?
Well, do you want me to take a stab at that, John, or do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, Rachel, that's going to be a challenge, as you know, with an issue that's been so broadly broadcast and for which there are such strong feelings and legitimate feelings. But I think the board did a really good job of, when we put together the vision committee itself and the subcommittees, of really considering the various stakeholders to make sure that there were a balance of voices, all those voices at the table. While this is obviously much smaller, I think the board has taken a similar approach in thinking about where are their geographic impacts, where are there going to be considerations for quality of life or specific types of expertise, as Rich was laying out. And so we're still figuring that out. That's part of the discussion that we're having now, but I know it's something that the board has been very consistent on, and while you're on the board too, being consistent on trying to achieve that balance with stakeholders and such. And that's what we're here trying to do now, is figure out that balance. And then it'll be an application and interview process, and the board seeking out folks that bring those perspectives to the table.
Thank you.
And Greg, before you go, I'll just offer, we did add an item on our application for that board, a draft application, that we would ask people to disclose any financial relationship with the airport, not to preclude them from being on the board, but just to have it be known by everyone. So
thank you.
One way.
Kelly, can I just add to that too?
Sure, and then we'll go to Greg if that's okay.
Yeah, just real quick. Sorry, Greg, just real quick. Rachel, we also, and the City Council and Tori, we're also reaching out to Snowmass for their involvement, and we're looking at opening up the process like we did with our committees during our public input process to people from outside of Pitkin County within the Roaring Fork Valley, just so we can try and include kind of the same demographics as we did with our public process committee. So, because we found that was really beneficial to the end result and the decisions that were made.
Greg, please.
Yeah, just Rich, when you read the description, it sounded a lot like the original description of the committee, and so I wanted to make sure we clarify, because I know we've modified it with focus on, neighborhood concerns and community involvement. So community value has just come up already in this conversation, but that certainly is a part of this. It's not just about air service and community, business interest. It's about community values, and that's going to be an important part of this. And I thought if anybody's listening with the press or anything else, I want to make sure they understand the description of this committee is broader than I think the original one you'd mentioned.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. And I kind of highlighted just the upper end of that. Kelly and I, we had, like I'd mentioned, the board had made some recommendations earlier in the work session. I've sent those. Kelly is working through those as well, and then we're going to bring them back. But there is a great focus, certainly, on that resolution that came forward, and it had to do with emissions. It has to do with our noise and quality of life. And so that's embedded within this. And Greg's right. We are concerned about the location, just as you are, being in the middle of a municipality here and the close proximity to a lot of neighbors. So I believe it's a good start to some bylaws that we are tightening up.
And Rich is just very kindly saying that Kelly still has homework to do, which is why you don't have he didn't read the updated language. But I will also just say to the city, as you're thinking about, what you think you would like your participation to be, to, provide us with that input. This also has the opportunity to be a very technically wonky committee. Some of the charge is things like, looking into developing safety programs for pilots, things like that. So just think about if you're personally if you're one of the person appointed to sit in on these, like how far into the weeds you might want to get on some of this stuff. Because I think, certain things can get delegated to subcommittees, but it could be a very sort of technically wonky group as well. So with that, I will move us along, I think, to the next airport-related matter. So the county wanted to share with you our air quality monitoring project that was executed around the airport, and our staff who ran that are able to report out. So, John, I see Cindy on. Do you want to who wants to introduce the topic?
Sure. So this is another follow-up from the visioning process. There was an ask to begin collecting baseline air quality data, both actual measures as well as modeling. And we did work quickly, and Cindy really stepped in, especially with COVID absorbing our public health staff, to start to collect some baseline data with the unique opportunity we had with the pandemic and a real shutdown of a lot of activities, so we could start there and work our way up. But Cindy, can I turn it over to you and just talk a little bit about that baseline and where we're headed?
Sure, great. Nice to see everybody. Thank you. I helped out this year with a little bit of an initial study, if you will, that we took samples and monitoring out by the North 40. And our sampling equipment was located on the North 40 fire station, so you know where we were with that. As John pointed out, and I think Rich pointed out, the visioning committee made some recommendations that the board adopted based on monitoring of air quality. And this year we thought we had a unique opportunity because of the shutdown with COVID early on. We thought maybe we could get in there and do some quick studies and take a look at the airport operations when they were really down. Unfortunately, we missed that window in March, but we did 2 samples, one June and July and another one in September. These samples that we looked at were mainly based and focused on the EPA health standards and not on greenhouse gas emission standards, but looking at health standards as it relates to kind of our more concentrated area of population out by the North 40 and the Airport Business Center as it relates to the airport. As you know, we also have the highway that goes right through the area. So we also measured traffic during our measurement periods as well. We had two different monitoring techniques going on. One was a federally standardized, it's called TO15, I believe, or T15, which looks at the federal standards and the types of equipment that are standardized to be able to be faced, to be able to be used with the EPA criteria. That was done by a group called Air Resource Specialists that I think the city uses as well. They looked at volatile organic compounds, and there were 60 or 62 different compounds that were analyzed. Along with that, we had a less expensive type of program paralleling that, which looked at PM10 and PM2.5, as well as nitrogen dioxide, oxides, and then we also had a look at, ozone levels. With all of those things monitored, to make this short for tonight, there were no exceedances of the EPA health standards out at that location, given our 2 test periods. But that being said, I've been warned by scientists to say, this is a snapshot. This is not by any means a full study. It just gave us a snapshot during the summer months as well as early fall months to say whether or not there were any health concerns based on airport operations and traffic in the area for us to be majorly concerned about. Not to say that there aren't those deviations when the wind does blow towards the Airport Business Center and the North 40 population. We also looked at what's called the windrows, the prominent airflow and wind directions, and did not find that we had significant times of the air blowing towards the North 40. The winds typically blow up and down the valley, as you might think with any valley type situation. The results of all of this, I think, are that we want to take a further study based on what you just heard with the Airport Advisory Board. They'll look at their priorities and fit into their priorities where the planning for a more robust air quality study would come from and how that would look. We learned a lot during this study, and I think Rich is here to help me with that if he wants to, but I think we learned that there are three primary types of review when you're looking at air quality around an airport. As John mentioned, we had some earlier modeling that we used during our airport review study, and then we also have the monitoring that we did this summer, where you actually have monitoring equipment put out on site to look at specific air quality parameters such as volatile organic compounds or any hazardous compounds and emissions. And then there's something called it's called calculating, and that calculating basically takes very specific point source issues from a place like an airport and looks at those relative to the operations of the airport. An example would be the transportation use on the airport. What type of vehicles are being used? Are they gasoline vehicles? Are they electric vehicles? And takes a look at that and begins to do spreadsheets on monitoring and how to reduce actual greenhouse gas emissions in that case. So there's a whole series of calculating, monitoring, and modeling that we would like to have the Airport Advisory Committee go into a deeper dive on and set up a program for the airport so that we can get additional and more in-depth data. But with that, I think I covered the main points of that. We had a much more robust discussion with the scientists earlier before the Board of County Commissioners. And if you, City Council, want any more of that data, we have reports, and then we're happy to have you talk with, we worked with the state air quality control division, who actually did a deeper dive with us on some of the critical characteristics of benzene and whether or not there are any health hazards there. We also worked with a former Forest Service air quality specialist who lives here in the Valley and has a deep concern for the Valley, as well as the air resource specialist. And then, as I said, the equipment that was used from the APIS data, which is the less scrutinizing, I guess they call it calibrated federal standard equipment. So we've got a whole series of equipment and specialists that we could share with you if you want to look at that.
Thanks, Cindy. I'll go to Ward and then Skippy.
Yeah, thank you, Cindy. And this is of particular interest to us at the city. At the other end of the runway, we are looking at a large housing development and project, and we're really concerned with the air quality at the lumberyard site. So in the future, I'll throw this out there. I think we'll get support from council, but city wants to partner so that we get some monitoring equipment at the lumberyard site, so we'll get real true data. I don't know. It's an 8,000-foot runway, I think, and you're at the far end of the runway where takeoffs have occurred at North 40. So really particularly interested in air quality at the lumberyard site, at the takeoff site. So that will help inform us as we proceed with the lumberyard development. And thank you. And we are really interested in all of the nerdy stuff we can get. And Cindy, you can help walk us through it.
Okay.
Skippy and then Patty.
Ward said what I was going to say in a way simpler and more sensible way. So I second what he said. I look forward to the data. And Cindy, it is so nice to see you. It's been a minute.
Thank you.
Patty.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, Ward and Skippy, thank you both. That was going to be my one comment. I had somebody bring that to my attention. And I'm thinking, Cindy, maybe we can work with Mountain Rescue to put a monitor maybe on that building. Or if you wanted to move it back and put it on the existing lumberyard building. But I think that would be a great spot. We've also had concerns, so City Council knows, with the Buttermilk area and even as far as Cemetery Lane. So we are looking at those additional sites. But I would definitely support putting something in the vicinity of the lumberyard, just so we have some baseline data there. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments, Greg? And then Sarah?
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the testing and what we're testing for, it's interesting to know that the EPA standards for both organic chemicals and other things don't quite always match what people's noses detect. And so one of the things we do need to consider when we're looking at all this is, what are people sensing? And it's not always the same thing. It may not be unhealthy for you, but is it still bad? Those are the sort of questions that we need to ask along with determining if the air quality is actually dangerous to your health, because there's a certain point where you may, if you're smelling diesel fuel, but it's not bad for you, is that okay? And so those are questions we're looking at, and just want to make sure that we're concerned about that as well in the Valley. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Sarah Ott and then Steve.
Just for the benefit of our elected officials, I wanted you to be aware that we have done some air quality analysis at the lumberyard over this year. as part of our technical analysis for site development. So we have some baseline data already that we'd be happy to share. And then if you're not aware, we do currently have monitoring that happens out at the golf course and on top of the yellow brick that you can view in live time for air quality in those two areas within the community. Those are part of a much larger program that we can provide you more information on if you're interested, that Cindy and Jeanette from the city worked together on as sort of some baseline technical standards. But there's some great information for the community to be informed with already out there.
Yeah, I failed to mention Jeanette. She's hopefully here online with us, but Jeanette Whitcomb from the city's air quality division was really helpful in helping us set our parameters and be a part of this study.
Steve?
So I think a lot of the solution to this, which we know is really a quality of life issue with these odors that people are smelling in different locations, will be solved by technological improvements in the airline industry, which aren't an immediate solution, but I think incrementally it's going to get better and better, that there will be more electric airplanes flying in and out of Aspen, starting with the small private ones, maybe eventually being the more 50 to 100 passenger type planes. So I think that the odor issue will get better with time. It's not going to be immediate. You know, it might be on the order of a decade or 2 decades where the problem is finally solved, but I think we'll get there eventually.
Thanks, Steve. Any other comments on this topic? Okay, and I will note one of the recommendations from this was, for the county to develop some sort of odor or nuisance reporting form to get at what Greg, had mentioned. So we're considering that as well. Okay, and thanks, Jeanette Whitcomb. Thank you for your help on this, for helping the county with this project. So thank you. I will move us along to our last agenda item, which is to talk about what we're going to talk about in the future. There's never a shortage. So I don't know if either the county or the city manager have anything to start off with, or I'll just open a round table.
I think Sarah and I have the same thing, so go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, Sarah.
There's 3 joint meetings remaining this year. They're on May 4th, August 3rd, and December 7th. And through the conversation John and I have had, we have a running list of 7 or 8 topics that we've heard expressed as interest. I'm happy to put them on the screen if you want to read through them for this conversation. And then, excuse me. And then out of the list of what we've heard, we have one staff recommendation that on May 4th that the board spend a considerable amount of their time focused on wildfire mitigation for the upcoming season, and particularly on some discussion around fuel load management at the urban interface. But if you would like, I can put that slide up for you, or if you just want to facilitate, Kelly.
No, it's okay. Go ahead and put it up. We can all look at it. Thank you.
Kelly?
Yes, Patty.
Well, yeah, while she's doing that, I appreciate the effort to talk about wildfire, but I think Greg is probably going to agree with me. I think May's too late. We need to be talking about it sooner than later, because I think we're going to see, again, wildfire, there's no season, it's wildfire year. And I think in order to get people geared up and prepared to do mitigation and start thinking about it, if we could possibly, I don't know if we can, bring the conversation sooner. Because we really did want to start talking about it tonight, but because of everything else. So that's just the thought I have, as to, maybe doing a special meeting or something, or just each board talking about it separately. But I think we need to talk about it sooner than May.
Okay, thanks for that input, Patty. Let's see. Can you guys all see that? So we can all see the possible topics list here. Is there additional ones that folks would like to add to this for consideration? And then, you know, with staff, we can try and parse these out. So Skippy?
Nothing to add, but just sort of a little addendum. I think the housing funding one is great, but I think we should think of it as housing funding and goal setting. Where are we trying to collectively get to in terms of housing delivery over 30 years? To have that touch point, I think, is really important to ground that funding conversation.
Okay, other items folks would like to see on the list? Rachel?
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. I don't know that it's on the list as something that we need that way, but I think that now as we're going into the legislative session, we need to make sure that we're really well coordinated on items that the county might be advancing through CCI or CCAT. I really know very little about it, but I've heard that some housing matters are one of CCAT's top priorities this year. And, you know, we as a city are, again, looking to support local control over single-use plastics and things like that. So I think that coordination is already going on at some level, but maybe we need to be a little more formal about it as this year is unfolding. Additionally, kind of along those lines of where we have common interests and joint legislative or policy activities, I realize that Club 20 is going to be responding to a lot of the changes from the Biden administration, which we will welcome on climate change and public land use and things like that. Whereas Club 20 probably has more policy resolutions on the books now that their members have adopted, you know, majority votes, that are not going to be supportive of the new administration's policies going forward. And I'm not sure how great the conflicts will be. There will be subcommittee meetings and an opportunity to change some of those Club 20 policies. And I just wanted to, again, kind of put out that I think this year is going to be an extremely important year for federal policy change, federal policy implementation that we as city and county are going to want to be able to respond fairly quickly to with letters of concern or letters of support or whatever. So just kind of throwing that out there, and then maybe in May, we'll be real close to an end of the legislative session, and we could have a legislative session recap. Thank you.
Okay, Greg.
Yeah, I was just thinking the next meeting should be an opportunity really to talk about our climate objectives, our objectives about reducing carbon in the housing stock. And I'm not sure where, where we'll be with that. I know both the county and the city are doing great work on that, and the people at CORE that I talked to at our CORE meetings can update. Perhaps a CORE update for both city and county might make sense. Only in that, really what are we doing when we're talking about trying to create a more efficient housing stock with existing housing? And where are we going with the new buildings that we're building now or that we're contemplating? I think that just needs to be on the table. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Greg. Looking to folks if they want to add anything or have any reactions to things on this list. Francie and then Patty.
I just wanted to comment that it's interesting that there's no COVID follow-up for joint discussion, and maybe we won't need to, but maybe I'll look at how we work together or how we worked not together, how we want the Board of Health to respond to the municipality and the county or any kinds of topics like that. I just think maybe we just keep it in the back of our minds that we might want to have a check-in on where we are with COVID and where we were with COVID as both the municipality and the county together.
Thanks, Francie. And Patty, and then Steve.
Yeah, real quick. Rachel, in light of your comments about legislation and Pub 20, CCI, CCAT, I agree that there's a lot of things we can work on together to move them forward. So that discussion too is one that we really need kind of a rolling discussion as things start to come out. So I'm not sure how we can go about that communication, but I'll leave that to staff to come up with some really good ideas. But we need to open that line of communication sooner than later, because by the time we meet, in May, this session will have moved so far along that we need to start addressing things now if they come up. So I agree with Rachel on that one. We just need to find a more timely manner in which to do that.
Steve?
So, following up on Francie's suggestion, I think that COVID-21 will be a major topic of discussion in the springtime, because the new variants that are coming, that are here already, I think are going to cause probably another major spike, and even the current vaccines that are being given might not totally cover them. So I think we're going to be living with this virus for some time to come, and we don't necessarily have to do the update in our joint meeting, but because we'll still be having Board of Health meetings that we're all tuned into that. But I think it's still going to be a major topic in the spring.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands. So I think we'll leave this to John and Sarah to maybe sort out what the timing is as far as things that need to come in the second, third, and fourth quarters. I will also note that we may want to check in with each other on any referred measures to the ballot, should our boards elect to do that this year, and have a discussion and check in about those maybe in June or the fall. All right. I am looking around, and I am, we're a few minutes early, and I just want to thank you all for your time. And it's always good to meet with you and discuss these important topics. It turns out there's a lot that we have to work on together, and I appreciate collaborating. And I will sign us off. So everyone stays safe and healthy, and we will talk soon.
Ciao, y'all.
Have a good
Bye.
evening.
And you guys, Kelly's a hard act to follow. She keeps us on time. It's amazing.
No kidding. You're great, Kelly.
City of Aspen, we have a special meeting. You have a link in your inbox.
All
See you
right.
there in a moment.
Enjoy the rest of your night together. And thank you, Grassroots.
Thank you.
Goodbye.